Chapter 739. The ice hell which was about to open his mouth to speak, but before he could do so, he was directly captured by the Lihua couple. He was pressed to the ground with a poof, and then a large piece of unknown stuff was stuffed into his mouth. Then the Lihua wife skillfully took out a white cloth and tied his mouth. Oh! The ice hell witch stared. Sister, what are you doing? I have something to say. The Lihua couple kept moving and tied his mouth tightly, and even tied a dead knot behind his head. Don't think about talking these days. You scare me to death just now at the ice hell which struggled. I still have something to say. Wait for me to finish. Dan Kong must have cheated just now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hit it. With the boss's accuracy, he wouldn't be able to do that. Dan Kong was beaten and still wanted to flatter the boss. Bastard Dan Kong, I want to say something. Let go of my mouth. The flood watched for a long time and saw the demon aura raging in the cave. He pondered for a moment and said, from the Umno Alliance's side, Lihua, Emperor Feng, and I will go in. The Great Witch Dan Kong frowned and said, Boss, let me go in for you. I have the ability of space, so I should be able to. Dan Kong was worried that if the flood suddenly pulled out when he went in, the flood said faintly, be obedient. The Great Witch Dan Kong nodded and stopped talking. Hum. There was a series of muffled sounds, as if something was blocked, and some kind of strange sound was forced out. It came from the Ice Hell Witch. Obviously, this one wanted to say something strange again, but his mouth was tied up. No matter how much he wanted to say it, he couldn't say it. Only his eyes were moving around, looking at this and that, and he couldn't help laughing. His eyebrows were shaking. Ha! I'm dying of laughter. The boss said it as if Dan Kong was his son. Ha! Dan Kong wasn't really the boss's son, was he? TSK, Dan Kong, be obedient. Be obedient, Dan Kong. Roar. Untie my mouth. I'll share my discovery. The Flood Witch's sharp eyes swept over. The Great Witch Dan Kong's angry eyes swept over to Pa. A cloth band covered the eyes of the Ice Deep Witch. Don't show your eyeballs to the outside world. The Fire Witch couple was speechless. Lihua's wife Shuel Luo's face was filled with melancholy. Why do I have such a brother? Back then, his father really had the foresight to leave all his inheritance to him, that if it wasn't for the inheritance that helped to compensate for the loss, this guy's ashes would have been scattered for a long time, that even without speaking, he could mock her with just his eyeballs and eyebrows. How could he be so cheap? Over at the Astral Souls continent, Yu Xingqian the star-plucking monarch said, over here, Dong Tian, little tiger, and I will enter. On the Tao League side, Daoist Thunder said, I'll go in with Feng and Yun. All right. The Flood Witch said indifferently, then let's go. His body flashed, and he crossed the door with his hands behind his back. Then, his body disappeared. Even though they had fought for countless years and were mortal enemies, the Umno Alliance had never been careless when it came to cooperation. The Flood Witch had never been careless either. I'm recognized as the #1 expert in the world. Naturally, I'll be the first to enter the unknown danger zone. This had nothing to do with their standpoints. Everything happened spontaneously because of the flood. I should take the biggest risk. Who agreed? Who objected? Blazing Fire and Wind Emperor followed closely behind. Then the 3 from the Astral Souls and the 3 from the Tao League entered one after another. Inside, demonic aura filled the sky. White fog rolled and instantly blocked the entrance of the cave. The 9 people who went in could no longer be seen from outside. Marshal Dongfang and the others who were waiting outside all had solemn expressions. This wasn't the first time the 3 parties had worked together to open the space ruin. It had appeared many times in the past. However, there had never been a time like this where the people who had entered to explore the path were the highest level of the 3 continents, the pinnacle experts. What did this mean? That night, Li Chenglong's parents came to Fenghai City. They were welcomed into the villa by Li Chenglong. Then, the 2 families had dinner together that night. Zhuo Chonglu and his wife, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian, Li Chenglong's parents, Li Chenglong and Xiangbing's fiancée, and Grandma Shi. Li Chenglong's parents were extremely satisfied with Xiangbing. They couldn't close their mouths once they opened them. Their son had grown up and found such an excellent daughter-in-law. He was really promising. Mother Li was a little puzzled. She knew her son very well. This kid had been hitting his female classmates since he was young. He didn't have any tender feelings for the fair sex. How could he find such a good daughter-in-law? I even arranged a few blind dates for him at home. That Li Chenglong's mother pulled Li Chenglong aside and whispered, "Son, tell me the truth. How'd such a beautiful girl like you? You didn't use any dirty tricks, did you?" Li Chenglong's mother didn't know how to transmit her voice. Even though her voice was extremely soft, everyone still heard it clearly and understood what she meant. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed and fell into Zhuo Xiaoyan's arms. It seemed that he couldn't laugh anymore. His head rolled on Zhuo Xiaoyan's chest. Zhuo Xiaoyan slapped him twice. Then, she pushed him away with a red face. This lazy guy was really thinking about taking advantage of her all the time. Xiang Bing's face was also red. Li Chenglong didn't use any dirty tricks. It seemed that the one who used dirty tricks was her. Cough. This must be kept a secret. Uncle and Auntie couldn't know. Zhuo Xiaoduo giggled and said, "Uncle, Auntie, look at this girl." He pointed at Xiang Bing and said mysteriously, "You two don't know, right? This girl is short-sighted. Thousands of degrees." Li Chenglong looks so abstract, but in her eyes, he is very three-dimensional. You two have to be careful. Don't give her glasses in the future. If her eyesight is normal, the two of you won't be able to live a peaceful life. Maybe Bing Dan will want a divorce after he sees the swollen face. Everyone was rocking back and forth with laughter. This bastard. Xiang Bing stared at Zhuo Xiaoduo with hatred. You are short-sighted. Your whole family is short-sighted. The atmosphere at the table gradually warmed up. After each toast to the old man, Xiang Bing stood up with her wine glass. "So let me toast to you." "Thank you." Zhuo Xiaoduo hurriedly stretched out his hand to stop her. Don't thank me. This matter has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me at all. It's completely fate between the two of you. Thank me. Why? Let me tell you, in the future, don't think of asking me to go easy on you. I, Zhuo Xiaoduo, am not the kind of person who'll go easy on you. Xiang Bing laughed. She knew that Zhuo Xiaoduo did not want to talk about it. Although she did not understand why Zhuo Xiaoduo did not want her to talk about it, she still smiled and said, "In that case, you and I are classmates. It is fate. Let's toast to you." Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. "Let's drink together." Li Chenglong did not object. He was also very grateful to Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoyan blushed. She had to stand up and toast to Zhuo Xiaoduo. Two couples. Zhuo Xiaoyan was very sensitive to this word. Bastard. Even if I am your wife, you will still be bullied by me. When she sat down, her delicate body suddenly trembled. Her beautiful eyes glared at Zhuo Xiaoduo fiercely and pulled out the hand that was under her. But if there were not so many people here, she would have taught you a lesson. You tricked me into standing up, but you sat down first. You even put your hand on my chair quietly. That you are a wolf with a wild ambition. You are really pissing me off. Li Chenglong saw Xiang Bing toast to Zhuo Xiaoduo. He was very wise and immediately understood what was going on. He said to Xiang Bing through telepathy, "Was it Zhuo who reminded you about what happened that day?" Xiang Bing replied, "Yes, but I don't know why he did not accept my gratitude. I am sincerely grateful to him." Li Chenglong snorted and rolled his eyes. Then, he said through sound transmission, "How can this bitch accept your gratitude? He has been instigating us to fight for such a long time. He has been very interested in doing so, but he won't be able to continue instigating us if he accepts your gratitude, since he's the one who brought us together. This bitch is paving the way for him to be a bitch in the future. He is really a bastard to the bone." Xiang Bing almost laughed out loud. So this was the truth. She had to admit that Li Chenglong knew Zhuo Xiaoduo very well. He was the best person in the world, even better than father and mother Zhuo and Zhuo Xiaoyan. This was one of the reasons why Zhuo Xiaoduo did not accept her gratitude. It was mainly because he thought it was too fun. Especially Xiang Bing's temper. It was too. I would feel uncomfortable if I did not provoke her. Once I provoked her, she went to fight with Li Chenglong. Once she went, she was beaten up. After she was beaten up, she provoked her again and went again. What? This is so fun. She was really a bastard with a black heart. She made people's hair stand on end, but it was also amazing. Xiang Bing snorted and whispered to Li Chenglong through telepathy. How can I not know that he is trying to provoke us? But once he does, we will be together, right? Even if you beat me or I beat you, we will still be together. I will not fall for it if he tries to provoke me again in the future. Li Chenglong widened his eyes in horror. So you are not stupid? You. Xiang Bing was furious. You are the stupid one. If a girl does not like you, how can she be so instigated every day? She wanted to say, how can I be so willing to be beaten up by you every day? But when she thought about it, it was not very nice to say that. It was as if she had some bad habit. So she changed her words in an instant. Li Chenglong nodded. You are right. Xiang Bing said through telepathy. But in the future, no matter how much he tries to provoke you, it will be useless. You are already mine. I will not fight with you. Li Chenglong was moved to tears. Thank you. Thank you for taking responsibility. After all, you took my virginity. You have to take responsibility even if you don't want to. Xiang Bing's face suddenly turned red, and she kicked Li Chenglong to the ground. Then, she sat on him and growled in a low voice. What did you say? Who is stronger than you? I will kill you. As she spoke, she raised her fist and was about to punch him. I will kill you. Li Chenglong roared and threw a punch at Xiang Bing's face. The whole table was silent. Father Zhua and Mother Li's eyes almost popped out. Chapter 740. So Xiaoduo almost burst out laughing. The two of them were too amusing. What kind of occasion was this? Why were they acting out an all-out brawl? He couldn't help but cheer instinctively. Come on, come on. With a slurping sound, he actually whistled. Cough, cough. Grandma sure coughed. In fact, Li Chenglong and Xiang Bing also realized what was going on in an instant. They stopped their fists in time before they could hit the ground. Xiang Bing instantly realized it and stood up awkwardly. She lifted her, but from Li Chenglong's waist, and hurriedly pulled Li Chenglong up. She lowered her head and said, Just now, maybe I drank too much. Cough, cough, cough. I'm not like this usually. Cough, cough, cough. Even her neck was red as she spoke. She became more and more uneasy. So awkward. She couldn't hold it in front of her parents-in-law. It was really embarrassing. Xiang Bing felt that she didn't know where to put her hands. If there was a hole on the ground, she would definitely jump in. Ha ha ha. Li Chenglong's mother stood up and pulled Xiang Bing's hand to her side. She laughed so hard that her eyes couldn't be seen. Daughter, don't be shy. We're all like this. When your uncle and I were just engaged, it was even more intense than you. Ha! Come and sit. Mrs. Li simply hugged Xiang Bing in her arms and moved the chair closer. Chenglong has been naughty and stubborn since he was young. He's always been stubborn. I really hope that you can control him. Mrs. Li laughed. Yes, Annie, I'm just a little hot-tempered sometimes. Most of the time, I'm still good. Xiang Bing lowered her head and explained embarrassedly. However, the more she explained, the less confident she became. Cough, cough. I'm also a lady from a respectable family. Cough, cough. Squeaks was Xiaoduo whistled. It made Xiang Bing and Li Chenglong glare at him angrily. This bastard. How dare he ruin the show at this time? It's okay, it's okay. So Xiaoduo giggled and said, Annie, you don't know this, but your son is known as the Iron and Steel Hierarch in school. He specializes in hitting female students' chests. Every time he hits them, they'll collapse. Every time he hits them, they'll collapse. This daughter-in-law of yours has collapsed many times. Ayaya, it's so tragic. It's fortunate that he held back his punch. Otherwise, it would have collapsed. Xiang Bing said angrily. You're the one who collapsed many times. You're the one who's collapsed. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Mrs. Li was naturally aware of her son's glorious deeds. After all, the name of the Iron and Steel Hierarch had already spread like wildfire on the internet. His name had spread far and wide. You can't casually hit women in the future. Mrs. Li lectured Li Chenglong. Especially Lil Bing, you can't hit her, do you understand? How could they fight every day when they were just a couple? You're such a troublemaker. Li Chenglong's head drooped as he repeatedly agreed. He thought to himself, if you don't let me hit her, then I'll be the one getting hit every day. That's too much of a loss. but you're not in front of me, so you won't see it even if I hit her. I'll hit her again when you're gone. The two families had a good meal together. In the middle of it, Zhuo Changlu's phone seemed to have gone crazy. Ding ding, ding ding ding. There were endless messages. Mrs. Li was curious. Brother Zhuo is so busy. Zhuo Changlu chuckled. It's just a small matter. Don't worry about him. Zhuo Xiaoduo secretly glanced at the phone. Wu Yuting had already picked it up. He only had time to see a few names from the messages. Huzai, Fish Row, Big Dumb, Big Guy, Big Mixed Hair. Zhuo Xiaoduo almost choked. Dad's friends, what kind of names are these? They're not even as good as my Xiao Duo you. Mom, you have to investigate carefully. Why are there so many messages and the names are so random? Maybe Dad has a mistress outside, Zhuo Xiaoduo urged. Mom, you have to be careful of your midlife crisis. I've noticed that Dad has been a little dishonest recently. Look at these names, they're not normal. Maybe they're the names of his close female friends. You're even trying to sow discord between your parents? Wu Yuting directly pinched Zhuo Xiaoduo's ear and twisted it. I'm the one who set these names. As Zhuo Xiaoduo cried out in pain and begged for mercy, Wu Yuting said to Zhuo Xiaoyan seriously, Nian, you have to keep an eye on this frisky monkey in the future. Your dad saw this kid's face today. He's very lucky with women. If you don't keep an eye on him, this kid might have a few more mistresses. Zhuo Xiaoduo was dumbfounded. Mom, that's my line. You made a cameo. Zhuo Xiaoyan believed it and nodded repeatedly. Dad, Mom, don't worry. I'll definitely keep an eye on him and won't let him have the chance to cross the line. As she said that, she glared fiercely at Zhuo Xiaoduo. She thought to herself, his luck with women is very good. I knew it long ago. This little dog should be tied up with a rope. Mistress? You're going crazy thinking about it. Zhuo Xiaoduo was extremely aggrieved. He failed to sow discord between his parents, and instead, he was sowed discord by his parents. This was really karma. A night of fun passed in the blink of an eye. Morning came as expected. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan, who had been cultivating in the Tower of Annihilation for a week, walked out of the Tower of Annihilation in high spirits. They saw that Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuting had already packed up and were ready to set off. Seeing the two of them coming out of the Tower of Annihilation, both of them had a meaningful look on their faces. Zhuo Xiaoyan blushed, feeling like she had been caught red-handed in bed. She hurriedly grabbed Wu Yuting's arm and shook it. She said hurriedly, Mom, don't worry. I didn't let him touch me. Wu Yuting immediately spat out a mouthful of saliva. Zhuo Changlu's expression became more and more strange. It was a blatant admission of guilt. You might as well not have said that. Zhuo Xiaoyan, who realized that she had said something wrong, felt like her face was on fire. She whimpered, covered her face, and rushed into the bathroom. Wu Yuting pulled a long face and said to Zhuo Xiaoduo, You brat, come here. Zhuo Xiaoduo walked over with an innocent look. Give me your hand. Zhuo Xiaoduo instinctively shrank back, but was caught by Wu Yuting. She put his right hand in front of her nose and sniffed. She snorted and said, You can't go any further. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked reluctant. Mom, I really didn't do anything. As if I'll believe you. Wu Yuting looked at him with disdain. I'd rather believe that your father doesn't have a mistress than believe that you're honest. She sighed in her heart. Little Nian, your image of an ice beauty is so natural. You don't have to deliberately put up an imposing manner to anyone. Why is it that you have no resistance when facing Xiao Duo? The family of four walked until they were about to reach the stadium. The blush on Zhuo Xiaoyan's face finally faded a little. Zhuo Xiaoduo had been calm the whole time. His face said, I'm not guilty. I really didn't do anything. He was calm and collected, talking cheerfully and wittily. Zhuo Xiaoyan couldn't help but admire him when she saw him. How could this brat be so thick-skinned? You clearly. Humph. You're taking advantage of me. Son of a bitch. They arrived at the stadium. At this time, there was already melodious music in the stadium. It kept ringing, sprinkling in all directions. Zhuo Xiaoduo took out his number 1 card, which was his personal card. After passing the security check, he walked forward with his parents. At the entrance of the passage, a receptionist checked the card and guided them. After a few turns, their eyes suddenly lit up. In front of them was a huge stage. Zhuo Xiao's number 1 card was on the 3rd floor, the 2nd row, right in the middle. So Xiaoduo couldn't help but feel puzzled. His family's position was not bad, but why was he not in the 1st row, but in the 2nd row? Logically speaking, his number 1 card should be in the 1st row. However, now was not the time to think about this. Together with his parents and Zhuo Xiaoyan, he walked over and sat down. Li Chenglong came with him, and he was given number 2. So Xiaoduo originally thought that the 2 families would be next to each other. However, after looking for a long time, he couldn't find a number 2 table. After wandering around for a while, he found a number 2 card table about 10 tables away. Both of them were confused. This seating arrangement was really awesome. The table next to number 1 wasn't number 2. There was actually such an arrangement. This was really an eye-opener. When a family of 4 sat down, Zhuo Xiaoduo saw that his familiar classmates had also arrived with their parents, and each of them went to find their own table. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt a little strange about the current situation. He quietly exchanged a look with Li Chenglong. Li Chenglong instantly understood and immediately sent a telepathic message. "What's the situation?" Zhuo Xiaoduo said, "Check the seating arrangements of the other classes. If possible, confirm the seating arrangements of the other grades as well." Li Chenglong nodded and immediately took out his mobile phone to send a message to Gao Qiaoer. Smart people talk, stupid people kick. Zhuo Xiaoduo boasted that he was smart, but Li Chenglong was not stupid. With an elite like Gao Qiaoer, there was no need for him to investigate one by one. Everyone had their own specialties. Not long after, all the pictures were clearly sent to Li Chenglong's mobile phone, along with a detailed introduction. The situation in other places is normal. It's different from here. Well, I should say that it's only different here. Li Chenglong sent the pictures to Zhuo Xiaoduo and then sent a telepathic message to point out the key point. Zhuo Xiaoduo's expression did not change, but his heart was in his mouth. He secretly sent a telepathic message to Li Chenglong and Zhuo Xiaoyan. "If there's any change, take your parents and leave immediately. Don't pay attention to anything else." Zhuo Xiaoyan and Li Chenglong nodded slightly, indicating that they understood. "By the way, when you're free, tell the people in our class that if anyone is close to my table, they should think of a way to increase the distance between them and my table. If they get caught in the crossfire, they might die." Zhuo Xiaoduo sent a telepathic message to Li Chenglong again. Okay. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at the 4 tables around him. His table was tightly surrounded from all 4 directions. For a moment, he could not help but feel anxious. What the fuck? Are they trying to deal with me? Aren't they thinking too highly of me? While his heart was in turmoil, he could not help but touch the 9-9 kitty hammer at his ring. Then he checked all the hidden weapons in it that had not been used for a long time. He was determined in his heart. "Whoever dares to stab me, I'll use the 9-9 kitty hammer and smash all 4 tables into meat patties. I don't care who you are." Looking for monthly votes, recommendation votes, subscriptions. Today's recommendation votes are terrible. Chapter 741. At this moment, Yi Changqing, Xiang Quangren, Lu Yichuan, and Lone Eagle were welcoming guests outside. No matter what, on the surface, this was still the Hidden Dragon High School's parents' meeting. As the host in name, they were naturally responsible for welcoming guests, especially since they knew that the 4 great commanders, the various ministers, and the imperial consecrators would be attending this event. More importantly, there would be a meeting after the event. Yi Changqing couldn't help but perk up. Such a grand event would undoubtedly bring great benefits to the Hidden Dragon High School. At the very least, it would be an unprecedented boost to the Hidden Dragon High School's reputation. There were too many high-level officials attending this event. Other than those who couldn't leave the capital, almost all of them were attending. All of them were super big shots that only existed in legends. It was even said that the left and right heavenly kings and the Emperor Zhaixing would be attending as well. The moment he heard this rumor, Yi Changqing was so excited that his hands and feet were trembling. These were legendary figures who could make the entire astral souls tremble with a stomp of their feet. They were the legends of the entire astral souls, heroes. For thousands of years, These were the brightest stars in the sky of the astral souls. They were the backbone of the human race and the common idols of the entire astral souls. All the students of the Hidden Dragon High School, as well as their parents and families, had already entered the auditorium under the lead of the teachers. The families of the martyrs had also entered the auditorium. The celebrities who were preparing to perform backstage were also in position. The loud music had been replaced by majestic military music. The sonorous and powerful drums rumbled, as if they were going to soar into the sky. After a while, under Yi Changqing and the others' expectant gazes, the void in front of them suddenly opened up. It was as if a curtain was suddenly pulled open by someone. A few figures walked out of the spatial crack as if they were taking a stroll in the park. The person in front was dressed in blue linen clothes and had messy hair. His face was rough, and he wasn't good-looking, but he wasn't ugly either. His face was full of majesty, and he gave off an extremely heavy feeling. No one dared to look at him directly. It seemed that no matter who it was, they would have to lower their heads in front of him. This person's physique was especially tall. He was at least 2.5 meters tall, slightly taller than Xiang Kuangren. His physique was obviously much thinner than Xiang Kuangren's, but the feeling he gave off was that he was many times more muscular than Xiang Kuangren. He was dressed in blue linen clothes, with a cloth belt casually tied around his waist. Beneath his feet was a pair of ordinary bee-skin war boots. His long hair was draped over his shoulders, and it fluttered as he walked. However, at first glance, this head of long hair was like seaweed in a hurricane and tsunami, waving violently. There wasn't any threatening aura coming from his body. It was most likely that he had intentionally restrained his aura. However, when this person walked out with large strides, it was as if he was leading millions of heavenly soldiers to attack from the heavens, rushing down with a force that could shatter heaven and earth. The entire sky seemed to collapse in front of Yi Changqing and the others at this moment. The sky was collapsing. For a moment, Yi Changqing and the others all felt suffocated. The stars in front of them were bright and colorful, as if the entire starry sky had exploded in front of them. This person walked out with large strides, but he didn't hear the greeting that he was supposed to hear. His gaze turned and focused on Yi Changqing's face. Yi Changqing only felt his heart suddenly stop beating. He had never seen this person before, but now a name was on the verge of being called out. At this moment, Yi Changqing's entire body turned cold. He remembered that battle that year. That was a day that he would never forget for the rest of his life. In the sky above the lofty mountains, he and so many of his brothers were rushing with all their might to provide reinforcements. Suddenly, a destructive aura rose from afar. Everyone felt their hearts skip a beat at the same time. Then, before anyone could react, the space clearly distorted. The blurry figure that was still far away in the sky earlier had already swept across the void above their heads. Then, there was a thunderous explosion, as if that person had casually struck. It was just a casual strike. He was unconscious. That person seemed to be in a hurry. He didn't stop at all. After a casual strike, he forcefully tore through space and disappeared in the blink of an eye. But it was that casual strike. It was Yi Changqing's lifelong nightmare. Thousands of his brothers who were present all died an unnatural death. The army that was originally flying in midair was all smashed into the dust. Without exception, the countless people didn't understand what had happened until they died. The reason why he didn't die was because he had an undying will to live. It was just a bit of luck. When he woke up from his coma, he only saw the corpses of his brothers all over the ground. Yi Changqing only remembered that monstrous aura of that day. He only remembered that figure that flashed across the void and that head of messy hair that fluttered in the wind now. This person, this aura, this head of messy hair, this top executioner of the 3 continents had actually appeared in front of him. At this moment, Yi Changqing felt that the sky had darkened. Didn't you guys say that he was a senior member of the Astral Souls continent? What's going on? This person is here. Even if all the teachers and students of my Hidden Dragon High School were added together, they wouldn't be able to withstand half a strike from him. Why did you call him here? No, it should be, why is he here? Could it be that my hidden dragon high school is too famous and has provoked this killer who wants to destroy future opponents? Well, Yi Chongqing also knew that his thoughts were too ridiculous. He was blowing his own trumpet and thinking too highly of himself. He thought too highly of himself. But this person's sudden appearance really made Principal Yi feel that his brain wasn't enough. He only thought in the worst direction. He didn't even think about whether he was worthy or not. His mind was blank. Characters appeared one by one. Yi Chongqing and the others only felt their breathing quicken and their body stiffen. The sky fell and the earth cracked. They were all here. Behind the flood witch, 10 grand shamans appeared one after another. Everyone had a wry smile on their faces. The leader of the flood high school boasted that he was upright and would never disguise himself. This was something that couldn't be helped. Although they were all in disguise, but whether they were in disguise or not, the 10 of them standing beside the great flood, which were too easy to recognize. They didn't even need to recognize them. They only needed to think a little, and they would know who these 11 people were. At this moment, the pressure was so great that Yi Chongqing, Xiang Quangren, and the others could only feel their spines creaking. They had to use all their strength to not kneel down and embarrass themselves on the spot. What? A voice scolded jokingly. Are you all trying to scare a child? Do you still have such thoughts now? Not bad. Should I say that you still have a child's heart? A middle-aged man with white hair appeared and stood in front of the flood witch. Suddenly, the invisible pressure that Yi Chongqing and the others were under suddenly disappeared without a trace. Lai Hua grinned and said with a smile, "We are all discerning people. We have all restrained our auras. It's just that the hatred in these children's hearts is a little strong, especially the child in the lead. He seems to have met Bossan before. What's the blame for the backlash caused by his past experience?" As he said that, he glanced at Xiang Quangren with a strange gaze. His gaze circled around Xiang Quangren's body a few times, sizing him up. Xiang Quangren's gaze turned to confusion. This should be the great shaman Lai Hua, right? I've never seen him before. If I had, I wouldn't be alive now. But I don't know why. Why does he feel so familiar? Why is he sizing me up? It seems that I haven't reached the point where I can be regarded as such by the higher-ups that Lai Hua had a strange look in his eyes, and he also had a strange feeling in his heart. It's this damn brat who patted me on the shoulder and taught me a lesson with a face full of seniority and kept calling me red hair. That's so smooth. Now, I really want to show my identity and scare you to death, you bastard. Putting everything else aside, if the fire shaman were to reveal that he was red hair now, it might be an exaggeration to say that he would scare Xiang Quangren to death. However, it would not be difficult to scare Xiang Quangren to the point that his heart would suddenly stop and his soul would fly out of his body. Greetings, Emperor! Yi Chongqing and the other 3 half-knelled at the same time. Although Principal Yi and the other 3 hadn't seen the Emperor Zhaixing before, there were only 2 people in the astral souls who could speak in such a manner in front of the Flood Witch. This time, the minister didn't mention it. Then, the one in front of them could only be one of the 2 pillars of the astral souls, the Emperor Zhaixing rise. We've already abolished the ritual of kneeling for so many years. Why are you doing this again today? The Emperor Zhaixing joked. The Emperor has blessed the world and benefited the common people. His meritorious deeds are immeasurable, and he is admired by all generations. You should accept our worship. No need to be so polite. This is the guest I've invited today. The Emperor Zhaixing smiled. Haha, do you understand now? Yes. We don't understand. Our souls have flown away after inviting these malefactors here, the Flood, which smiled faintly. Flood wouldn't be angry with such a small character, even if he was scolded to his face. As long as it wasn't too harsh or critical, the Flood wouldn't care. Even though Yi Chongqing and the others were already famous in the astral souls, they were still not worth mentioning in Flood's eyes. Like the astral souls, all the teachers in the rear were basically disabled people who retired from the front line. Flood knew this in his heart. Although he was surprised that Yi Chongqing had met him before, he didn't find it strange. He didn't know when he had met Yi Chongqing. In his memory, he had no impression of him at all. Then, Two more people came over, one on the left and one on the right. The one on the left was dressed in white, and the one on the right was dressed in green. With a smile on his face, he looked gentle and elegant. He was tall and handsome. Greetings, heavenly kings. They were the heavenly king of the right, Yu Dongtian, and the king of Zwilu, Yin Zhonghu. Chapter 742. Beside the two heavenly kings, there was a Taoist who was dressed in a wide robe. Behind him, there were 6 other Taoists who were dressed similarly. However, they all had youthful faces and looked heroic. These are also today's guests. Yu Dongtian chuckled. The shock in Yi Changqing's heart had long been overturning the seas. Although the 7 swords of the Tao League did not look like this, Yi Changqing was certain that they were the 7 swords of the Tao League. Not a single one of them was missing. On the surface, only the 7 swords of the Tao League were qualified to come with the 11 Grand Shamans and the Astral Soul Star plucking Tao Lord. The people who arrived after that were even more familiar. Minister Ding led the 6 cabinet advisors and the 4 marshals of the 4 directions. Yi Changqing led them in respectfully. Among them, the great marshal of the 4 directions, Minister Ding, and their subordinates, a total of 40 to 50 people, went directly to the 2nd floor and sat down. Yu Xingqian led the 11 Grand Shamans, 7 Taoist Masters, and the left and right Heavenly Kings to the 3rd level at the same time. Only after everyone had entered did Yi Changqing's group of 4 finally let out a deep breath. They could feel the sweat all over their bodies rushing out with a whoosh. Why are all these old seniors here? What's going on? Xiang Quangren's face twitched. He wanted to call them old monsters at first, but he did not dare to say it out loud. Yi Changqing was not the only one who was scared. He was also scared out of his wits. He felt as if his heart had stopped beating and his mind had flown away. It wasn't until now that his heart started to beat faster and faster like a drum. Yi Changqing's face was pale. I'm afraid. Something big is going to happen today. It's not that it's going to happen. It's already happened. With all these people here, it's not a small matter. Shen Gaing's face was pale. Thinking of this, the 4 of them were dumbstruck. We're going in. It doesn't matter whether we go in or not. With these existences inside, even if we fight with our lives on the line, it's useless. We can't even be considered as cannon fodder. Then what else can we do? Pray? The only thing left is praying. The 4 of them tacitly agreed not to mention the Flood Witch's name, but when they recalled the feeling of the sky collapsing just now, they still shivered all over. This was even after the flood which had restrained her aura. If he hadn't reigned in his strength, just his aura alone would have been enough to kill them. I originally wanted to find Flood. Maybe one day I could avenge my brothers. Xiang Quangren said bitterly. Lu Yichuan sighed. Lao Cheng, is Shiyu still alive? This was the best way to deal with the current situation. He could change the topic and use it to divert the deep-rooted fear in his heart. If he allowed it to develop, fear would enter his heart and awaken the long-lost fear of death. If he did not get rid of it as soon as possible, his strength would be greatly reduced. Shen Gaing's eyes were fierce. How can I let him die so easily? Right now, he's very healthy. Before I die, he won't be able to escape. Besides, there's also the king of the Central Plains. I won't let him go either. Quiet. Yi Changqing frowned. Don't say it out loud. Understood. I've already invited many old friends. After this, they'll be able to come. Yi Changqing said calmly. When the time comes, we'll settle our old scores together. All right. After talking for a while, they talked about all kinds of things that were filled with hatred to dilute their feelings of today's encounter. Finally, the feeling in their hearts dissipated. In the great hall, not only was Zhou Xiao Duo on full alert, but Zhou Xiaoyan was also secretly circulating all of his cultivation base. He was ready for battle and was meticulous. During this period of time, Zhou Xiaoyan had already reached the advanced stage of cloud transformation and was steadily advancing towards the peak. As for Zhou Xiaoduo, he had already compressed his inner core stage 17 times. The cultivation levels of the 2 of them, in terms of the amount of time they had spent cultivating, could truly be said to be outstanding and commendable. But now, the two of them had a strange feeling that they did not have the slightest confidence in facing the current situation. In other words, if something really happened today, the two of them did not have the slightest confidence in protecting themselves or even their parents. So Xiaoduo looked around anxiously. He looked at the faces of everyone around him, including Zhou Xiaoyan, Li Chenglong, his classmates, his parents. Everyone's faces were calm and composed. This meant that nothing would happen today. But the sense of danger in Zhou Xiaoduo's heart was getting heavier and heavier. How could this be? Zhou Xiaoduo absolutely believed in his intuition. There was definitely a fatal danger today, but he also believed in his physiognomy. Nothing would happen today. Too many experiences in the past told him that his physiognomy would not be wrong. But this was too strange. Two completely opposite feelings, two different results. Just as he was feeling puzzled, a wave of aura suddenly appeared. In an instant, the great hall of tens of thousands of people fell silent. That was an indescribable solemnity. This kind of aura could only be possessed by someone who was at the peak of power and held the power to decide life and death. But today, the feeling was exceptionally intense. It was real and not fake. Even Zhou Xiaoduo, who had never been afraid of anything, couldn't say anything witty at all. Zhou Zhonglu was standing on one side with his head bowed. He was talking and laughing with Wu Yuting. His expression was calm, as usual. Wu Yuqing also looked relaxed. It seemed as if she hadn't noticed anything strange. The sound of footsteps sounded softly. They were very orderly, and there was no heavy sound. But as the footsteps moved forward, everyone felt their hearts in their mouths. Zhou Xiaoduo turned his head to look and could not help but praise in his heart. How majestic, how ferocious, how bold, and what a majestic man. The person in the lead walked over with large strides. His hair was messy and fluttered in the wind. He walked forward alone, but he naturally gave off a feeling that the blue sky was collapsing. It was as if wherever he went, the sun and moon would lose their light, and the world would lose its color. Zhou Xiaoduo clearly felt that this man's cold and indifferent eyes, which looked at everything in the world, fell on his face. There was a trace of complexity in his eyes. Zhou Xiaoduo could not help but feel a burning sensation on his face. "Why are you looking at me? Haven't you seen a handsome man before?" Zhou Xiaoduo could not help but rub his face. I'm still too thin-skinned. I feel hot after being looked at," he said to himself. But he did not notice that there were more than 20 people who walked in, and a smile suddenly flashed across their faces. The flood which walked in with a majestic gait. She had already seen the back of the middle-aged man who pretended not to see her. She endured the feeling of eating shit in her heart and strode a few steps forward. She sat down in the middle of the first table in front of Zhou Xiaoduo, facing the stage. Her back was to Zhou Chonglu. "I don't want to see this bastard in my life." "Don't be a bastard. He is the most despicable person in the world." Then the great witch of raging fire, the great witch of ice, and the others all sat down silently. So Xiaoduo widened his eyes and looked at the table in front of him that could only seat 4 people. There were 11 big men sitting down, but they did not feel crowded at all. He could not help but wonder if there was something wrong with his nerves or his eyes. He secretly pinched his arm and grimaced. Yu Xingchen and the left and right heavenly kings sat at the table on the left, which was particularly spacious. After all, there were only 3 of them. It was not easy for 3 people to sit at a table for 4. At the table on the right, the 7 swords of Taoism sat at a table for 4 people. It was also quite spacious. Like the table in front of them, everyone could freely turn their chairs and look around without any delay. That's the power of space. Zhou Xiaoyan transmitted a message to Zhou Xiaoduo. Looking at his confused face, she explained to him, "My wife is so powerful and knowledgeable." Zhou Xiaoduo instinctively gave her a flying kiss, ignoring the current dangerous situation for a moment. Zhou Xiaoyan, on the other hand, was speechless. It seemed that it was absolutely impossible to expect this guy to be decent in this life. What a serious occasion this was. At first glance, he could see that there were big shots around him, but he was still so undignified that Xiaoduo quickly looked at the faces of the people around him. It was as he had expected. They were the kind that could not be seen. They were definitely old demons. They had all taken their seats, and then took out their own teapots and teacups. No one confused with the others and actually made tea by themselves. There were countless tea sets on the small table that was only the size of a palm. They could still be orderly and mind their own business. There was a faint trend of independence. How could Xiaoduo not be amazed? Ha ha! Just as he was marveling, he heard a guy in front of him with a cold face and a snow-white robe. He looked cold and indifferent. Suddenly, he laughed like a donkey. He chuckled twice. The sound was so strange and abrupt that it attracted people's attention. Xiaoduo's eyes were fixed on him in an instant. Just by looking at his expression and temperament, he should be the kind of person who was as unsmiling as an iceberg. It was really unexpected that he could laugh like this. If it were not for the fact that they were not familiar with each other, Xiaoduo really wanted to go over and ask, "Brother, why are you laughing?" The person in front of Xiaoduo was quite passable in terms of appearance. His robe was whiter than snow. His face was like a piece of ice that had been frozen for thousands of years. He was tall, and even in his eyes, there was a chill that could almost freeze people. Well, it should be noted that the chill in his eyes could really cause frostbite. It was not just an ordinary exaggeration. Anyone who saw him would have the impression that this man was very cold. He was very cold. He was like an iceberg. Anyone who got a little closer to him would be frostbitten by him. The character of this kind of person was very clear: silent, taciturn, indifferent, and ruthless. However, when such a person suddenly let out a laugh that sounded like the braying of a donkey, it really made everyone's jaws drop. It was a huge surprise. Chapter 743. Even Zhuo Xiaoyan, who was next to them, was shocked, because she was such an existence. At home, she was cute and innocent in front of her parents, shy and obedient in front of her lover. But when she went out, she was cold and noble. The coldness of her body could freeze people to death. Outside, no matter what happened, her expression would not change, let alone laugh out loud. So, no matter what, the Iceman in front of them did not seem like someone who could laugh like this. Zhuo Xiaoyan was puzzled. But the man in white, who was supposed to be cold, unsociable, emotionless, and silent, suddenly turned around and said to Zhuo Chonglu, "Hey, I think I've seen you before. I should know you, right? Are we acquaintances?" Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan heard this, and their whole bodies instantly tensed up. Acquaintances. Dad's acquaintances could be friends, but they could also be enemies. Maybe he was the culprit who had injured Dad and Mom. Comparing the two, Zhuo Xiaoduo was more inclined to think that he was an enemy. After all, if he was a friend or an acquaintance, he would not say something like, "I think I've seen you before." It was almost certain that the man in white was Dad's enemy. Zhuo Zhonglu's countenance remained calm as he said indifferently, "Is that so?" The man in white laughed and winked. "I'm sure I've seen you before." Wu Yuding smiled. "Since you're an acquaintance, remember to come to my house for a meal after you're done. Anyway, my family's going to hold a family banquet and invite a group of acquaintances. The first invitation is yours. Do you have any family, relatives, friends, or old friends? Why don't you come? The more the merrier." The man in white's face suddenly changed. The smile on his face froze, and his face became pale. Next to him, someone laughed, but no one knew what they were laughing about. Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly realized that the other 10 people who were originally sitting around the table were intentionally or unintentionally isolating the man in white. It was as if they were saying, "We don't know this guy. We're not his family, friends, or old friends, so please don't misunderstand and don't make blind guesses." The man in white was silent for a while before he said awkwardly, "That's not appropriate. Actually, I'm not so sure. I must have mistaken you for someone else. There are so many of us, it's not very convenient. It's fine, it's fine. Everyone come at me." Wu Yuding smiled warmly and said, "The more the merrier. The more the merrier. Isn't that the truth?" The white-robed man hesitated for a moment and said, You're right. It's more lively when there are more people. Many of them have good things on them. Before he could finish speaking, a fellow with fiery hair grabbed his neck and twisted him back. Come, I have something to discuss with you. At this moment, Zhuo only felt that the space was distorted. Then, he saw that the man in white seemed to have changed a little. The originally clean and tidy clothes were now a little wrinkled. His hair was also a little messy. Just by looking at him, he had a subtle feeling that he had just been raped by 10 big men. However, looking at his upright and still appearance, it seemed like an illusion. There was nothing strange about him. At this moment, Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding spoke. Ah, so you've mistaken me for someone else? It's really a pity. Wu Yuding was quite cooperative. What's a pity? What's a pity? Today is a big day. Such a big auditorium and such a big venue. It reminds me of our old friends, those who fought side by side, and those who died together. Zhuo Changlu sighed. Life is like a dream. I don't know where they are now. Yeah, I miss them too. Wu Yuding also sighed. Speaking of which, it's really sad. White clouds change like dogs, and the world changes constantly. At the 3 tables next to them, although some people seemed to be calm on the surface, their bodies were already a little stiff in silence. What the hell? It's starting already. It's not easy for someone to say that he's an acquaintance and confidently say that he's seen me before. Then, in the blink of an eye, he doesn't admit it. Tell me, how is this reasonable? Whether I should say it or not. In such a beautiful moment like this, how nice would it be if our old friends were all here? Zhuo Changlu sighed. Friends should be together so that it's lively. Yeah, if they were all here, it would be really wonderful. Wu Yuding sighed. Zhuo Changlu's tone became more and more melancholy. If these friends were here and knew that we have a son and a daughter, and that our son has become a top student in Hidden Dragon University, a great genius, second to none, I don't know how happy they would be. Wu Yuding said, That's for sure. We've been friends for so many years, and we're very close. After not seeing each other for so many years, we're very close. When they see our son and daughter, they might even give Xiao Duo and Yin a greeting gift. It's just that we'd be too embarrassed to do that. Zhuo Changlu said, Sigh, what a woman's words. Our brothers are so happy to see our son and daughter. Giving them a greeting gift can't compare to the happiness in their hearts. You're right. Zhuo Changlu sighed. Our son is so outstanding. Anyone who sees him will like him. Thinking that I'm in such a good mood now, maybe I can let Xiao Duo recognize him as a godfather or something. I don't usually say this, but today I'm so happy. I have to say yes. Wu Yuding's eyes brightened. I remember that the big guy is very good. That tall big guy. That big guy can't do it. Zhuo Changlu shook his head and glared at his wife. What are you thinking? Why did you think of the big guy? Everyone else is better than him. Okay? Wu Yuding was stunned. What's wrong with the big guy? The big guy in front of them was completely stiff. Zhuo Zhanglu had a bitter smile on his face. He explained after a long while, I don't like to gossip behind people's backs. But that big guy is really stingy. Let's not talk about Xiao Duo. Even if his godson was sitting here, he would still be stingy. Wu Yuding was surprised. How can that be? I'm not bragging to you. You don't know that big guy's bad temper. He picks his butt and sucks his fingers. Otherwise, why can't he find a wife for so many years? He's really stingy. Wu Yuding was stunned again. Really? If you didn't say it, I really couldn't tell. Looking at the big guy's thick eyebrows and big eyes, I didn't think he was that kind of stingy guy. Why don't you know that you can't judge a book by its cover? Zhuo Changlu lectured her. This is a wise saying from our ancestors. Well, you're right. You can't judge a book by its cover. Wu Yuding sighed. I thought the big guy. Sigh, I was wrong about him. That big guy is so shameless. When people help him, he doesn't even let out a fart. His godson won't take it to heart. Zhuo Changlu chuckled and lectured his wife. So he's that kind of person. Wu Yuding suddenly understood. He. The man in white suddenly made a donkey's bray. He opened his mouth impatiently, as if he wanted to say something. Then, the space faintly distorted again. The flood which gritted her teeth and continued to turn her back to Zhuo Changlu. I knew I shouldn't have come here. You two are doing crosstalk behind my back. You're really good at flattery and teasing. Perfect partners. The Flood Witch's face was already as dark as the bottom of a pot. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore. She twisted the space and sent a space ring to Zhuo Chonglu. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Now, this should be enough, right? Are you satisfied? This is a meeting gift for my godson. Is it enough? But, the Flood Witch, you're really thinking too much. Of course it's not enough. Tinger, if the big guy is here and knows that we have a son and a daughter, he'll be so happy. Zhuo Chonglu's face was full of nostalgia. The Flood Witch's body stiffened. You mean, it's not enough for me to only give you a son, but also a daughter? Wu Yuding said, although the big guy is stingy, he's a good person. He especially likes girls. It's a pity that he's not here. Otherwise, I'll make the decision to let him be Nianer's godfather and let him have both a son and a daughter. Zhuo Chonglu was displeased and said, you're wrong. Xiao Duo's godfather has long been Xiao Nianer's godfather. Godsons and goddaughters should be treated equally. Besides, he's not here. If he were here, with his stingy temper, I'm afraid he would only give his godsons and not his goddaughters. Yes, you're right. You're the one who sees things more clearly. I admit defeat. The Flood Witch twisted the space again and threw out a space ring. Her face was as black as charcoal. It was even darker than the bottom of a pot. I'm gone. Stop talking. Wife, what do you think if the big guy is really here? Zhuo Zhonglu rambled on like an old woman. He didn't seem to have an end. The Flood Witch had already put her telepathic thoughts into the space ring and held the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. Keep talking if you have the guts. Don't go too far. I've already given out 2 sets of gifts. If you keep talking, I'll throw caution to the wind and smash you with my hammer. Do you think I don't dare to do that? If he knew that Xiao Duo already has a wife, how happy would he be? Zhuo Chonglu said. The Flood Witch was stunned. Her godson had found a wife. This seemed like it couldn't be saved. This must be given. So the space twisted again. Why do you keep talking about Xiao Duo? Xiao Nianer also found a husband. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes and said, you're just like the big guy. You only value boys over girls. The space twisted again. The Flood, which was panting like a cow. 4 sets. That's enough. I just said that I like girls the most, and now I'm valuing boys over girls. If the big guy is here, he'll be so happy to know that Xiao Duo and Xiao Nianer are engaged. This is the most classic example of marriage. The big guy is the godfather, but he's also the father-in-law. So Chonglu smiled and said, if Xiao Duo becomes the big guy's godfather, the big guy will benefit greatly. He'll have all the seniority. How can the big guy be so lucky? Chapter 744. There was a crack. The chair under the Flood Witch's butt broke. The space was distorted. Zhuo Chonglu touched the space ring in his hand. Well, it was time to call it a day. He put into his own space ring. Ting, When you mentioned a big guy, I couldn't help but think of a lot of old friends. For example, the big motley hair. Zhuo Chonglu looked as if he was reminiscing. The Flood Witch looked relaxed. Taoist Thunder's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. The big motley hair? Wu Yuding pretended to be confused and helped to lead the conversation. The one who likes Thunder the most, Zhuo Chonglu explained. Oh, I know. Wu Yuding suddenly understood. Taoist Thunder, who was sitting a little farther away, looked as if he had hemorrhoids under his butt. He felt uncomfortable all over. Damn it. I was laughing so hard just now that I got internal injuries. Now it's my turn? Tinger, the same friends actually have different tempers, Zhuo Chonglu said. Oh, why do you say that? Can you tell me more about it? Wu Yuding asked curiously. That big motley hair is much stingier than the big guy. The big guy is stingy, but he will give what he deserves. If one day they are both here, the big guy will give a gift, but the big motley hair probably won't. Zhuo Chonglu sighed deeply. He met the wrong person. When he fought with the big guy, I saved his life. You even saved his life? Wu Yuding was shocked. You save his life. That's a big favor. How can he not give you a gift? He doesn't know how to be polite. No, he doesn't know what's right and what's wrong. He doesn't have a bottom line, does he? Alas, he's this kind of person. He's stingy and stingy all his life. I really can't say anything about him. At such an old age, even a needle is a treasure in his eyes. He can't even bear to part with it. So Changlu looked helpless. Taoist Thunder was so angry that he trembled all over. He really wanted to roar. What do you mean you saved my life? It's true that I was no match for the flood back then, but it wasn't to the point where my life was in danger, was it? Besides, you jumped out to stop the fight when the outcome of the battle was still undecided. The flood which stopped because she was afraid that you would take advantage of the situation. But ever since then, you've been telling the world that you saved my life. Now, all 3 continents know that you saved my life. But what was the real situation at that time? Don't you have any fucking idea? It's no wonder. Zhuo Changlu had a look of understanding on his face. That bastard didn't have it easy either. I heard that he took care of his wife back then. Space distorted for a moment. Taoist Thunder's face was ashen. He simply gave out 5 interspatial rings at once. Stop talking. Saying it out loud in front of so many people. Do I still want my face? Even though that woman had been dead for 10,000 years, he had brought her back every time she was reincarnated. He had raised her from a little girl to an adult, and then married her. That after a period of time, it died again. So, I picked it up again. Continued to raise it, but the others didn't know the whole story. That if this guy was allowed to continue spouting nonsense, the entire situation would change drastically. It would become unrecognizable. Would there still be any way to listen to it? Do I still want my reputation? I've really met the wrong person. Zhuo Changlu remained calm and collected the interspatial rings secretly. Then, he continued to sigh. Ting, do you still remember our best friend? He's even better than an old friend. Emperor Zhaixing's face turned green when he sensed that he was being called out. I'm not your best friend. I don't know you. Damn it. Now you're my best friend. Seeing that the couple was going to start again, Emperor Zhaixing gave up. All right, don't say any more. I know more than the flood and thunder. 5 more interspatial rings were in his hand. Zhuo Changlu murmured. I wonder how the others will react when they know this. Maybe they're all playing dumb. Should I call out their names? I remember many people's dark histories. Wu Yuding's interest was piqued. What dark histories? Tell us. The few people who had already given the gifts laughed. Tell us. We're most interested in these. The others' faces turned ashen. Hence that the space distorted continuously. Zhuo Changlu's smile became more and more comfortable. His mouth didn't stop moving, and his hands didn't stop moving. Zhuo Xiaoduo's 2 sleeves of gold were nothing compared to his father's. He was worthless. He had a bunch of interspatial rings. Moreover, the items in the interspatial rings were all rare treasures. He had only talked to his wife for a while, and these items flew to him as though they had grown legs. Awesome. Zhuo Changlu was talking to his wife. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was close at hand, couldn't hear a thing. He could only see his parents whispering in his ear. No matter how hard he tried to hold his breath, he couldn't hear anything. The space was distorted. He knew that there was a space expert isolating the space. It should be normal that he couldn't hear what his parents were saying. However, this kind of normalcy was also extremely unusual. When the world was going on, Zhuo Xiaoyan focused all her attention on Zhuo Xiaoduo and her parents. Once there was a change, even if she had to sacrifice herself, she had to ensure that her parents and Xiaoduo were safe. After a while, Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly felt that. The space seal seemed to have disappeared. At this moment, the stage started. The 2 hosts were talking beautifully on the stage, giving their blessings or introducing the program. As time passed, the program started to perform one by one. As the program started, Xiaoduo felt, although the pressure he felt for no reason was still there, the sense of danger had disappeared. It had disappeared inexplicably. Zhuo Xiaoduo was surprised. He didn't understand what had happened at all. His father and mother seemed to be completely focused on the stage. Were they watching the show? Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart slowly calmed down. He quietly moved closer to Zhuo Xiaoyan's ear and said, "It's okay. It should be okay. Today's events are really strange. Everything is strange." Zhuo Xiaoyan felt the same. It seemed that all the pressure had disappeared in an instant, but she heaved a sigh of relief and said, "It's good that you're okay." Zhuo Xiaoduo quietly reached out and took her hand. He whispered, "Let's go watch a movie in a few days when Mom and Dad leave, okay?" Zhuo Xiaoyan looked at him suspiciously. "What movie?" "It's a very formal movie." Zhuo Xiaoduo was exultant. "I've already booked a couple's private room. This is something that every couple should do." Zhuo Xiaoyan's pretty face turned red. She hummed and lowered her head. "Let's wait until Mom and Dad leave." Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart was burning. He couldn't help but say, "There are also those kinds of informal movies. Do you want to watch them? You can learn a lot. We're both rookies. It's normal for us to learn. Get lost." Zhuo Xiaoyan was so embarrassed that her neck turned red. "I'm not talking to you anymore." Okay. I won't watch it." Zhuo Xiaoduo quickly admitted defeat. He rolled his eyes. "Then, give me a kiss." "I won't. Then I'll give you a kiss." Zhuo Xiaoduo made a sneak attack at lightning speed. He sat back in his seat with satisfaction and looked around like a thief. "Yes, no one saw me." Zhuo Xiaoyan blushed and muttered, "Why didn't Gu Luoyin come?" Zhuo Xiaoduo was also a little puzzled. Normally, Gu Luoyin would either be the opening or the finale of such a large-scale show. However, this time, she, a famous star on the mainland, didn't come. It was indeed a little strange. In a space domain. From the outside, it looked like the 23 people were sitting at 4 tables. At this moment, they were sitting on 2 sides of a big table. The Umno Alliance was on one side, Astral Souls was on the other side, and the Tao League was on the other side. The sound of gongs and drums was loud outside. The applause was thunderous, and the music was lingering in the air. Clearly, everyone was still sitting in their respective chairs outside, but they were already seated neatly in here. The Flood which sat on the left side of a long table. She was like a mountain standing there for a long time. She was full of vigor and unshakable. Zhuo Changlu sat opposite her. There was a smaller chair beside him. Wu Yuding was sitting on it, slowly trimming her nails. Yu Xingqian sat on the other side. It looked like they were sitting side by side, but Zhuo Changlu was obviously sitting in the center, which was the so-called C position. The left and right Heavenly Kings sat next to Wu Yuding and Yu Xingqian. The Tao League's Taoist Thunder sat in the middle, facing the door. The other 6 Taoists sat on his left and right. Opposite them were the 10 Grand Shamans of the Umno Alliance. Now, except for a few, the others, including the Flood Witch and Taoist Thunder, all had sour expressions on their faces. After all, they were blackmailed before they could sit down. No one would be too happy if they were in this situation. Zhuo Changlu smiled and took the lead. "First, let me formally introduce everyone. The people outside are my son, my daughter, my son, my daughter-in-law, and my daughter and son-in-law. Everyone, please take care of us when you see us in the future." Zhuo Changlu smiled. "Ha! The noble circle is really messy." The one who spoke was the Golden Scale Grand Shaman. The Golden Scale Grand Shaman felt wronged and unhappy. "What does this have to do with me? Why do I have to give a gift?" "Zhuo, you're grabbing onto my weakness. Are you done yet? You fucking used the heaven-dissolving water to melt my armor and golden scales, and then made me run naked once. Do you have to bring it up every single time? Is it messy?" Zhuo Changlu chuckled. "Golden Scale Grand Shaman. Last time at the Mountain of Flames. What a perfect match." The Golden Scale Grand Shaman's face darkened. "I can only congratulate you and envy you." The Ice Nether Grand Shaman crossed his legs. Now that no one cared about him, he suddenly became spirited and said with a crooked mouth, "Ha! I thought someone would ridicule me, but you cowered so quickly. Just like Boss. Your weakness is also grabbed. Look at your cowardice. You're just like Boss." Lai Hua slammed his head on the table. "Can you not bring Boss every time you ridicule me? You want to die, but we haven't lived long enough." Chapter 745. The Flood Which Snorted. He didn't seem to move, but the crowd clearly heard the dense sound of slapping, like a rainstorm. In an instant, the cold and handsome face of the deep ice which turned into a red and swollen rotten persimmon. Then, someone involuntarily opened his mouth, and a piece of ice the size of 2 fists was fiercely stuffed into his mouth. Then a rope followed closely behind, firmly tying him up and tying a dead knot. The Flood which said indifferently, Whoever unties him today will receive the same treatment as him. The 9 great witches kept quiet out of fear, shaking their heads subconsciously. Taoist Thunder coughed and said, "Brother Hong, you don't have to do this, right?" Zhuo Changlu also tried to persuade him and said, "Brother Hong, we're all brothers. You don't have to do this. You don't have to do this." "Shut up. Of course, you don't have to do this. But for me, it's necessary, very necessary." The Flood Witch said indifferently, "With such a piece of cheap material, you should be satisfied after watching him make a fool of himself for so many years. Don't try to take a mile after taking an inch. People should know enough, and those who are content will always be happy." For a moment, the crowd coughed awkwardly. The Flood Witch's words were exactly what they were thinking. How could they be kind enough to stop the fight? It was purely because as long as the Deep Ice Witch's mouth was free, as long as he could still speak, he could create countless unexpected things. He could even destroy the combat power of several great witches of the Umno Alliance in an instant. Creating internal strife within a second was just a piece of cake for him. That was the so-called only one's mouth knows. It could be said that he was the biggest traitor among the Wu people. His mouth was so cheap that it could anger even the heavens and the people. However, he only dissed his own people. Regarding this divine skill, whether it was Zhuo, Changlu, or Taoist Thunder, they all hoped that the Deep Ice which could cultivate it to a higher level. It would be best if he could make further progress. Well, back to the topic. Zhuo Changlu smiled and continued talking about his son. Originally, this transformation would take a few decades, but from the looks of it, everyone was in a hurry to call me over. Something big must have happened. I might have no choice but to end the mortal dust transformation in advance. Even if this destroys the mortal dust transformation state of mind, there's nothing to say. I understand the severity of this matter. Zhuo Changlu smiled bitterly. Yu Xingqian and the left and right heavenly kings both sighed softly as guilt surfaced on their faces. Zhuo Changlu's words were true. When he was suddenly pulled back from the mortal world, the state of mind at this moment would be broken, and it would be difficult for him to continue for the rest of his life. How could the impact be small? It was even more likely that the mortal dust incarnation would not be able to achieve its full potential. His cultivation and combat prowess would be affected, and instead of advancing, he would regress. Everyone here was a martial arts expert, so how could they not know what was going on? This was a hindrance to someone's future. If it were not for this, how could he have been so easily blackmailed by Zhuo Changlu and his wife? What a joke. But this time, there was really no other choice. It was such a big matter, and Zhuo Changlu was not around. There was really no legal way. After all, the return of the Demon Alliance involved countless lives and blood. It was even possible that the situation of the entire continent would change in an instant and collapse. Therefore, they could only let Zhuo Changlu and the mortal dust transformation in advance. As for the loss, Zhuo Changlu asked for a gift for his son. Everyone took it as a joke and let it go. They even felt a little embarrassed. Such a big matter, and they let it go with such a small gift. They were really taking advantage of Zhuo Changlu. Besides, Zhuo Changlu's son was their junior. Even if there was no such thing, it seemed like they should still give him something. They pushed the boat with the current, and it was the two of them who blackmailed them. It was just right to let this matter go. Yu Xingqian sighed and said softly, "Brother Zhuo, I'm sorry." The faces of the masters of the Dao League and the Umno Alliance were also full of sighs. However, their eyes flashed with a hint of schadenfreude. They deserved it. Only the Flood Witch frowned and looked at Zhuo Changlu opposite her. There was a hint of worry in her eyes. Looking at the others who obviously did not mean what they said, the Flood Witch only had disdain in her eyes. With such a state of mind, do you deserve to be at the top of the world? People who take pleasure in other people's bad experiences. Perhaps you don't know that this in itself is a hindrance, an inner demon. Therefore, back then, Taoist Thunder might have been able to block a few hundred of my attacks and escape unscathed. But if we fight now, I'm sure I can smash you to death directly. You can't even run away. Now, I'm just waiting for Zhuo Changlu to come back. As for you, I don't even have a mood to fight. Zhuo Changlu smiled faintly. Facing Yu Xingchen's guilt, he sighed and said, "The big picture is more important. If you really feel bad, old you, help me do more things in the future. It's okay if you suffer a little." "No problem." Yu Xingchen patted his chest. Wu Yuding and Zhuo Changlu looked at each other and sighed bitterly. But in their hearts, they were instantly delighted. Well, there was someone to do the work for them. Well, there was one more thing to talk about. It was better to have a few more of such ready-made cheap deals. Even if there were 8 or 10 of them every day, it would not be too much. Yu Dongtian instinctively felt that his father might have been cheated. But he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. After all, no one would have thought that the Zhuo couple's transformation into the mortal dust was completed. It was so timely and so coincidental. If there were only a few years left, everyone might suspect that it had been brought forward. But there should be a few decades left. No one would doubt it, even if they cracked their heads. So Zhonglu said, "Originally, I wouldn't have exposed my son if there was still a long time. But now that he's destined to return, there's no harm in doing so. Old Hong, what do you think?" The Flood Witch snorted and said very unhappily, "Whoever dares to touch that boy will be my mortal enemy. Brother Hong is so righteous." Zhuo Changlu cupped his hands and said, "I thank you on behalf of my son. When I come back, I will invite you to my house. If you don't mind, I will let this boy worship you as his godfather and give him more support." The Flood Witch's face was as black as iron. It was so dark that it was impossible to look at it. It was darker than the bottom of a black charcoal pot. Lai Hua Great Witch and Dan Kong Great Witch all lowered their heads. The other great witches were confused. "Something's not right with boss today. Why are you so eager to protect the son of that Zhuo guy? And when did you become so intimate that you can have a family banquet and prepare to worship him as your godfather? This can't be. This is against the duty of a great witch." Well, well. The Ice Deep Witch shook his head anxiously and pointed to the ice in his mouth with a face full of anxiety and excitement. Obviously, he was saying, "I have something to say about this topic. Who can let me go?" Of course, no one paid attention to him. The Flood Witch even slapped him across the air and stuffed the ice even tighter. After a long while, the Ice Deep Witch looked lost and finally became silent. "Thank you, everyone. When the child grows up, everything will be good. At that time, we will rely on our positions and methods. But if we use dirty tricks, it will not be very comfortable. Thank you for your gifts today." Wu Yuding bowed and said, "Thank you, everyone." She smiled softly and said, "This time, even if our strength regresses, we will accept it. After all, we've obtained a little treasure that we've always dreamed of but never had. However, please keep it a secret. The child doesn't know our true identity now." At this point, Wu Yuding and Zhuo Changlu were speechless. Zhuo Xiaoyan was fine. It was fine to tell her everything now. But Zhuo Xiaoduo, if this guy knew that his father was the legendary sky inspecting minister, he would probably lie down and become a salted fish the moment he heard it. Fuck, I always felt that there was a lot of danger. This world is too unsafe. I am exhausted from cultivation. But I found out that my father is the world's #1 awesome person. Then why am I still cultivating? Salted fish, salted fish. So what if I am rich and idle? I can lie down and win a lifetime of leisure. Who dares to provoke me? Even the left and right heavenly kings don't dare to provoke me. Who else? Perhaps he would regret his previous efforts and feel that he was an idiot for working so hard for nothing. If only he had known earlier. But the others obviously couldn't understand the true meaning of Wu Yuding's words. Taoist Thunder said in surprise, "Even if it's just training, there's no need to be so secretive, right?" Zhuo Changlu said indifferently, "Mental state." Everyone was smart enough to understand the situation. Hearing this, they immediately understood. Mental state had always been very important to cultivators. It was the most important thing. It was the same experience. Going through it with fear and trepidation, and going through it calmly knowing that nothing would happen, the result was absolutely different. Grand Shaman Inferno said, "There should be a time limit for this, right? Don't tell me you won't get involved in it for a lifetime." Zhuo Changlu said, "As usual, Ascension will do." Ascension Realm. The upper echelons of the two continents were pondering. The meaning of Zhuo Changlu's words was obvious. Before Zhuo Xiaoduo reached the Ascension realm, the upper echelons couldn't make a move on him. And this restriction was that the upper echelons couldn't exceed 2 realms. This rule was very interesting. If Zhuo Xiaoduo was at the nascent transformation realm, the upper echelons could only send Cloud Transformation Realm cultivators to deal with him, and there was no limit to the number of people. But if they sent God Reigning Realm cultivators, it would be against the rules. Cloud Transformation Realm and God Reigning Realm cultivators were allowed to make a move. But if Profound Realm cultivators of a higher realm were to make a move, it would be against the rules. And so on and so forth. In fact, this kind of agreement had been made many times between the 3 continents. Once a genius of the continent appeared, the worst thing to worry about was dying prematurely. But no matter how talented a genius was, he couldn't go without training. Otherwise, he wouldn't die prematurely and would naturally become a mortal. And so, such an agreement was made. Originally, before Zhuo Changlu and Yu Xingqian matured, the humans of the Astral Souls continent didn't have the right to make such a request. It had always been the Umno Alliance and the Dao League who made such requests. The humans of the Astral Souls continent definitely didn't have a right. Every time they heard this, they would feel so sullen that they wanted to kill someone. Before this young man reaches the Ascension realm, you upper echelons can't touch him. During that time, the humans were extremely sullen. Chapter 746. It wasn't until the Sky Surveyor throne and Emperor Zhaixing risked their lives to rise up and fought a shocking battle that they were finally able to compete with the top 2 factions of the Wu People's Dao Alliance. Only then did humans truly have the right to speak, including the left and right heavenly kings, the great commanders, and so on. Now, all the top experts of the Astral Souls grew up under the protection of these conditions. It had been developing all the way to the present day. Of course, not being able to move didn't mean that they couldn't move at all. It was possible to send out cultivators of the same realm or a higher realm to deal with them. However, there was one characteristic of these geniuses that everyone was clear about. That was, they could fight those of a higher realm. If they sent out too few people, they would only be killed. If they sent out too many people, even if the other party couldn't win, it wouldn't be difficult for them to escape. After all, there wasn't an absolute difference in realm between the 2 sides. It wasn't to the extent that they couldn't even escape. Of course, it wasn't that there weren't cases of successful killings. However, it was an iron rule that no one could fight against those of a higher realm. Once that happened, the other party's revenge would only be so tragic that the other party couldn't bear it. The other party would directly attack the civilians and martial arts schools of the continent that was in the wrong. When the top experts attacked, they would wipe out a large area with one sweep, leaving no room for survival. The top experts of this world sweeping through the martial arts schools was definitely not something that the higher-ups would be happy to see. It would be an unbearable disaster. This kind of disaster was unprecedented. Brother Hong, what do you think? Zhuo Changlu calmly asked the Flood Witch. The Flood Witch felt a wave of annoyance in her heart. You're asking me first? What do you mean? I'm his godfather. What can I say? He snorted and said, I don't have any objections. Before Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan ascend to the heavens, the higher-ups of the Umno Alliance who are at the heavens realm and above won't attack them. I, the Flood, guarantee it with my moral standing. After saying this, he felt an indescribable tightness in his chest. I'm their godfather. As their godfather, I've only been sent to my death once that after I died. I owed them so much just because they cried a few words of mourning. Damn it, what a loss. No, ba. It's my incarnation that died, not me. Ha ha. Zhuo Changlu laughed. Brother Hong is indeed straightforward. He then turned to look at Thunder Taoist priest and said, What does Brother Thunder have to say? Taoist Thunder pondered for a while and didn't say anything for a long time. He was actually very worried. It was one thing for the other geniuses, but the son surnamed Zhuo was destined to be difficult to deal with. But why did that guy Flood agree so readily? In the past, even if they knew what the outcome would be, They would still wrangle with each other for a while and strive for the greatest benefits for their side. Our Tao League has always been an alliance of astral souls. Shouldn't the Umno alliance be the most vehement opponent? Then, I had to help Zhuo Chonglu convince you. That was the normal thing to do. You have to at least hold out until the astral souls come up with some benefits. Then you can propose some conditions. Was that why he agreed? What was going on now? The person who was supposed to be the bad guy had mysteriously disappeared. Then I, the good guy, didn't want to be the bad guy. After a long time, he finally sighed and said, I agree too. Wu Yuting snorted and said, Brother Thunder, what did you agree to? Daoist Thunder frowned unhappily. I've already agreed. Why do you have to say it clearly? Are you afraid that I'll play a word trap? The other 6 swords of the Tao League all glared at Wu Yuting. Mrs. Zhuo, do you have to be so careful? Wu Yuting said lightly, Brother Thunder, if you don't say it clearly, how would I know what you agreed to? What if you go back on your words and use all kinds of excuses to say that you agreed to something else? It's not like that hasn't happened before. Daoist priest Yin was furious. You've gone too far. Wu Yuting slammed the table and stood up. She was even more furious than Daoist priest Yin. What do you mean by looking at me like that? Do you want to fight me on the spot, or what? Shouldn't I be suspicious of your perfunctory and vague words now? Are you ready to go back on your words? Do you want to harm my son? Wu Yuting suddenly pointed at Daoist Thunder's nose and scolded. Old bastard, what do you want to do? Honest people don't do underhanded things. Are you planning something bad today? Daoist Thunder was so angry that he couldn't speak. His face turned purple. He didn't say it clearly because he wanted to keep it for the future. However, Daoist Thunder didn't expect to be scolded like this. Humans need face, and trees need bark. Everyone here was a high-ranking member of the same faction. Was there a need to curse like a shrew in the streets? Besides, wasn't it normal to keep a trump card? We're allies. How can I? Daoist Thunder was furious. Bullshit. What alliance? Bullshit alliance. You're scheming against the people in the alliance. Wu Yuting slammed the table and said loudly, If you don't say it clearly today, I don't care about the so-called alliance. I have nothing to lose, and I'm not afraid. What alliance? Those old bastards in the Tao League actually thought of harming my son and wanted to form an alliance with me. I won't fight the Umno alliance anymore. I'll fight the Tao League. Tomorrow, I'll destroy all the high martial arts schools in the Tao League. Old bastard. Do you think I won't do it? Cough, cough, cough. Zhuo Chonglu coughed. His wife had finished playing the good cop, so it was his turn to play the bad cop. He looked unhappy. Look at you, what do you look like? How can Brother Lei be that kind of despicable old bastard? He hasn't done it yet, has he? Zhuo Chonglu reprimanded his wife. It'll be too late if he does it. Oomph. Wu Yuting snorted and turned her head away angrily. Zhuo Chonglu smiled faintly. Brother Lei, my wife is a woman after all. Her hair is long, but her knowledge is short. Don't take it to heart. But then again, Brother Lei, you should know how much a mother cares for her child. Brother Lei, you just had to get yourself into trouble. Sigh, you're already so old. Why are you purposely getting yourself into trouble? Taoist Lei was so angry that his beard was blown up. Are you trying to stop the fight, or are you helping your wife scold me? Brother Lei, just say the word. This is the end of it. Zhuo Chonglu smiled. Brother Lei, you don't really have to kill my son, my daughter, my son-in-law, and my daughter-in-law, do you? Zhuo Chonglu tapped the table with his finger and said word by word. Brother Lei, you can't joke about this. The threat in this sentence was too strong. Taoist Lei was about to explode in anger. However, he could only swallow his anger and said, Am I that kind of person? Zhuo Chonglu smiled. Then please give me a definite word, Brother Lei. Taoist Lei's face darkened. Before Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan reached the Skysoar realm, none of the Tao League's experts at the Skysoar realm or above will make a move against them. This time, Taoist Lei was much more cautious. He even added the word Ji, which was the easiest to forget. If this word was used again, Taoist Lei felt that he wouldn't be able to live anymore. Zhuo Chonglu clapped and laughed. Brother Lei, you're really straightforward. Then he said to the Flood Witch, Brother Hong, you forgot to add Ji just now. The flood which took out the thousand souls nightmare hammer with a swoosh and said with a sinister smile, "You don't fucking believe me? Do you want me to say it again?" Zhuo Changlu laughed. "Even if I don't believe anyone, I have to believe you. Brother Hong, what's our relationship?" "Ha! Calm down, calm down. Why are you so agitated?" The great flood, which had an extremely strong impulse to smash the other party's smiling face flat with a hammer. "Do you think I can't tell what you're trying to say? Although I haven't studied much since I was young, I haven't forgotten that I'm your son's godfather." However, after thinking about it, she finally put away her hammer. Taking a deep breath, she said, "I'll give your wife face. I won't smash you with my hammer." Wu Yuding smiled sweetly. "Brother Hong is indeed a good person. I'll definitely treat you to a drink later. I'll ask Xiao Duo to toast you a few more times." The flood witch's anger was stuck in her throat. "I can't afford to eat your food. Previously, you didn't dare to blackmail me, even if I ate casually. But now, I can't afford it even more than others. Besides, what do you mean by Brother Hong? If Taoist Lei and the others find out that we're relatives, that I don't want my old face anymore." Zhuo Changlu laughed and changed the topic. "It's time to talk about serious matters. Why did you drag me out so urgently this time?" Once they talked about serious matters, the higher-ups of the 3 continents instantly became serious and solemn. "It's because of that space relic." The flood witch's face darkened. She didn't say a word. Although Taoist Lei had just eaten a big fart, he could only speak. After all, only the 2 of them had enough status. "What's the matter?" The sound of Dong Huang's bell appeared in this space relic. "I believe Brothers Wen knows what it means." Taoist Lei sighed. Zhuo Changlu nodded. "Dong Huang's bell." Zhuo Changlu said, "Is it a bell or a sound? Is a sound directly or an echo? Is it Dong Huang's arrangement or someone else's arrangement?" The 20-odd people at the table all had looks of admiration on their faces. This sentence was composed of a series of questions, and these questions were too professional. They went straight to the point. "It's a sound, an echo. It's not Dong Huang's arrangement. It's an echo of Koan Peng." Taoist Lei's face was serious. "Koan Peng?" Zhuo Changlu frowned. "Is there an avatar of primordial spirit in the relic?" It was still a direct question. He didn't ask if there was an avatar of Koan Peng in the relic. If there was an avatar of Koan Peng, the situation would have changed. At least, the higher-ups of the 3 continents couldn't be all alive. There must be a considerable number of casualties. "Yes, but I killed it with a hammer." The flood witch snorted. "Then we'll have to trouble you." Zhuo Changlu inexplicably remembered Zhuo Xiaoduo's fortune-telling for Bai Yinduo. With a serious face, he said, "Flood, how long did it take for the Umno Alliance to find the coordinates and return from the starry sky? If I remember correctly, it's more than 8 years, right?" The flood witch nodded deeply and said, "Yes, 8 years and 9 months. Strictly speaking, it's close to 9 years. Chapter 747. Zhuo Changlu nodded and looked at Taoist Thunder. Taoist Thunder said, "Ever since the humans of our Tao Alliance came into contact with the coordinates, it has been 6 years. Zhuo Changlu said, 9 years for the Umno Alliance and 6 years for the Tao League. Maybe the people in the Umno Alliance have more muscles than brains, so the time difference is a bit big." The flood, which was speechless, and the other 10 great witches also looked unfriendly. The Deep Ice Witch, who regained the right to speak through the high-level meeting, said discontentedly, "Who are you saying has no brains? Maybe the 11 of them have no brains, but don't confuse me with them. I have more brains than muscles." The 10 great witches all turned to look at the Deep Ice Witch. The Deep Ice Witch slapped his own mouth and said, "Of course our boss has a lot of brains." "Ha!" Raging Fire Golden Scale and the others sneered. "You're finished, brother-in-law. It seems that your skin is very tight, and you need to loosen it." Seeing that all the other magi were staring at him, the icy Deep Witch panicked and said in a panic, "In fact, my brothers-in-law and the other 9 magi are all smarter than Big Brother. No, it's Big Brother's brain that's not as good as theirs." The Raging Fire, which hit his head on the table. He was completely speechless. He regretted, Why did he have to untie him that the deep ice which realized that he had said something wrong again and explained in a panic? I didn't mean that our boss is stupid. I never meant that. I meant that our boss is not very smart. No, I meant that the 10 of them have pig brains. No, I meant that our boss is as stupid as an idiot. No, I mean, the Flood Witch's face was as cold as ice, and she looked at Raging Fire with sharp eyes. Raging Fire had already rushed up and desperately covered the Deep Ice Witch's mouth. Don't explain. Please. The icy Deep Witch sobbed for a long while. Finally, her face turned into a look of despair. She tore a piece of cloth from her own robe and apologized in a deep voice. Big brother, I will never say that you are stupid again. I will never tell the truth again. I will tie my mouth now. After saying that, he actually took out a big block of ice and stuffed it into his mouth. Then, he tied it with a piece of cloth and tied it dead, not behind his head. He looked at the Flood Witch with pleading eyes. And the other great magi, that I'm already like this. You won't beat me up anymore, right? Look at how sincere I am when I admit my mistake. The Flood Witch's temples were throbbing, and the other great witches were gnashing their teeth. The Great Witch of Fire was speechless. Why do I have such a brother-in-law? I want a divorce, that the Deep Ice Witch rolled her eyes and became more and more frightened. It seems that these people don't look good. I didn't say anything. Is it necessary? Why didn't brother-in-law say anything for me? Brother-in-law, I'm your brother-in-law. Let's get down to business. Let's get down to business. Let's settle your family matters later. Taoist Thunder came out to smooth things over. Unfortunately, he didn't forget to secretly whisper. I remember that the imprint of the Tao League wasn't left by the Tao ancestor. Moreover, the Tao League wasn't the ruler of the continent. As what Changlu said, Taoist Thunder's face was a little dark, and he said, yes, the feedback of the imprint we got back then was very weak. Therefore, it's fundamentally different from the Demon League's relic space this time. In the relic space, there's Kuan Peng's primordial spirit guarding it. There's also the Donghuang's bell that was intercepted. In addition, the Demon League was once the ruler of this world. Do you still remember that we haven't found the Demon League's heavenly palace yet? As what Changlu said, therefore, I boldly speculate that the Demon League will return in 5 years at the latest and 3 years at the earliest. I wonder if anyone has any objections to this inference? Taoist Thunder's face was very ugly, and he said, my guess is 5 or 7 years. Flood's conjecture is the same as yours. As what Changlu said, the starry sky is vast, and the world is endless. We don't know where the Demon League is now, and what they've been doing all these years. Therefore, we can only prepare for the worst and prepare for the worst situation in the most active state. Only then can we obtain a chance of survival in this war that's bound to come. If we're lucky, we'll only be digging our own graves. Taoist Thunder said sullenly, yes. Zhuo Changlu turned to Yu Xingqian and said, draw a big map of the ancient world on the table and mark it as the demon race. Okay. Yu Xingqian's elemental energy fluctuated, and with a whoosh, a map appeared on the big table. There was a huge empty space. This empty space occupied almost half of the entire continent. This is where the Demon League is. Looking at this map, all the higher-ups of the 3 continents were silent. Didn't the Demon League occupy half of the entire continent back then? The other 8 races divided the remaining half equally. This was a huge force. So Changlu stared at the map for a long time and sighed faintly. If the Demon League returns, their starting point will be the tip. They'll directly insert themselves into their original position and connect the 4 continents. Zhua Changlu's expression was extremely worried, and he said, and this tip is the Astral Souls continent, which is currently occupied by humans. It's also the main camp of this continent. The left side is the Umno Alliance continent, and the right side is the continent space. This space belongs to the Demon League. After this space, we'll reach the Tao League. Zhuo Changlu looked at the map silently and said, this means that the Umno Alliance and the humans of the Astral Souls continent will be the demon race's first targets. Although the Tao League won't come into contact for the time being, with the demon race's advancing speed, it won't take long to go around it. It's basically equivalent to the entire continent facing the enemy. Does anyone have any objections to this? No. All the higher-ups nodded at the same time. The return of the Demon League is inevitable. There's no luck, Zhuo Chonglu said indifferently. I have no intention to say the rest. Everyone knows in their hearts that our three continents will join forces to fight against the demon race. Does anyone have any objections? Everyone's expression was heavy, and no one said anything. But can the combined strength of our three continents fight against the Demon League? Zhuo Chonglu asked. Not only is it not optimistic, it's far from enough. The Flood Witch's expression was steely, and she said, even if we join forces, we're still not the Demon League's match. That's for sure. Maybe we can fight in terms of numbers, but the middle level is too far apart, and the number of experts above the Sky Realm can only be described as a huge disparity. As for those pinnacle experts, the difference between them is like heaven and earth. Daoist Thunder also had a worried expression. If the Demon League returns, they'll be restricted by the heavenly Dao, just like Zhu Wu and the Dao ancestors. His Majesty Dong Wang and His Majesty the Demon King won't be able to awaken and participate in the battle. Zhuo Chonglu reminded. The Flood Witch exhaled and said, even so, His Majesty the Demon King still has 10 great experts of the demon race and 365 demon gods under his command. Their battle strength isn't limited. Also, the 10 great princes of the demon race are also extremely difficult to deal with. Furthermore, even if His Majesty Dong Wang and His Majesty the Demon King don't personally participate in the battle, just a little bit of their strength is enough to sweep across the continent and cause unimaginable destruction. The sound of Donghuang's bell is the best and most realistic proof. Zhuo Chonglu's expression was as heavy as water. The Flood, which said lightly, 365 demon gods are indeed powerful. I can be sure that no one is my opponent. But as long as 3 of them join forces, I'll have to retreat. The icy hell, which hurriedly untied the cloth and took out the ice. He said stiffly, what retreat? You're really shameless. This is clearly called fleeing. Halfway through his words, he suddenly came to his senses and slapped himself until he saw stars. He quickly tied his mouth again and his eyes shrank. I didn't say anything. The great Flood Witch snorted and reached out his hand, grabbing the great ice witch over. He rubbed his hands together and turned the tall and straight great ice witch into a round, 5-inch man. Then, he put the great ice witch on the table in front of him. Only then did he remove the claw from the little guy's mouth and remove the ice cube from his mouth. He said with a pleasant expression, among all the brothers, you are the most straightforward and have the gift of the gab. Go on, say whatever you want. I'll let you have your fill. The icy hell, which shook his head in fear. The Flood Witch put him in front of her and looked at him. She didn't care about him, and then said, speaking of the 10 powerful figures of the demon clan, I may be able to fight with a few of them, but I'm definitely not their opponent. For example, Kuan-Peng. Even with my current cultivation, I'm still far behind him. And the 10 princes of the demon clan. Their strength is hard to estimate. The Flood Witch said softly, so, the situation is not only not optimistic, but also pessimistic. The Flood Witch admitted that she was no match for them. Everyone's expression became even more solemn. The Flood Witch was already the strongest person on the side of the 3 continents, but she admitted that she was no match for the few people on the side of the Demon League. The situation was indeed pessimistic, and the future was bleak. The combat strength of both sides is of the utmost importance, but it's not the most critical problem. At that time, the human clan of the Astral Souls was also struggling to survive. As long as there is room for maneuver, it may not be impossible for the future to be long. The first problem that needs to be considered now is that when the Demon League returns, it will inevitably cause the disaster of the border between the 4 continents. You should know that this kind of shock is disastrous. Zhuo Chonglu knocked on the table and said, everyone here has experienced the disaster of the border. Naturally, you know that every time the border shock occurs, many people will die. And this time, the Demon League returns with great momentum, which is unprecedented. I think the level of shock this time will only be greater than before. At that time, the world will be reversed. Tsunamis, mountain disasters, volcanoes, and ice seas can all be foreseen. What we urgently need to think about is how to reduce this shock. Chapter 748. So Changlu spoke clearly. This is the first problem that bears the brunt of the problem. You should know that countless experts came from ordinary people. The death of these people will be a huge blow to the strength of the three continents. We must avoid it as much as possible. Taoist thunder and the flood which shook their heads at the same time. There's no other way. How can we avoid it? The others also shook their heads. When two continents collided with each other in order to fuse, it would definitely cause a considerable scale of landslides and tsunamis. This was unavoidable. It was too difficult to reduce the effect of this collision that in the eyes of the flood, which in Taoist thunder, the only thing they could do was to gather the humans in some plain areas and strengthen the defense. Once the collision happened, all the experts would burst out their strength and build a shield to protect the ordinary people. However, this was only the most ideal plan in their minds. When it came to it, it was difficult to realize. After all, when the time came, there were not many real experts who could stay behind. At that time, all the experts of the three continents, whether they were good or evil, would have to rush to the front line to block the first wave of attack of the Demon League. If the three continents couldn't even block the first wave of attack of the Demon League, then there would be no need to block in the future. The Demon League would only invade the three continents like locusts. When that time came, it would be the real disaster and the end of the three races. The first problem is to organize the forces of the officials to protect the civilians. This is not negotiable, whether it's the Umno Alliance, the Tao League, or the Astral Souls. Zhuo Changlu made the final decision without any discussion. Okay, no problem. The second problem is where to build the fortress. I hope that there must be a no-fly zone in the sky above the fortress. And this no-fly zone must be strong and big. It must cover as much area as possible. So the Changlu turned to look at Great Shaman Dan Kong and said lightly, Dan Kong, what do you want to say about my idea? Great Shaman Dan Kong's face turned bitter. So, you think too highly of me. According to your idea, the no-fly zone should cover at least 1,000,000 miles. Think about it yourself. Is that something I can do? Even if we can't do it, we have to think of a way to make it happen. The flood which took over the topic and said calmly, almost everyone in the Demon League knows how to fly. Riding the clouds, riding the mist, and riding the wind are all trivial matters. If we can't ban the air, the so-called defense line is just a joke. That's right, Zhuo Changlu said. I have an idea about the no-fly zone. What thoughts? Everyone asked. When the time comes, the three of us will send out our highest-level experts to offer a blood sacrifice to the heavens. Zhuo Changlu said calmly. Borrow the power of the heavenly axiom to construct a no-fly zone. Everyone was speechless. Their faces were bitter. Blood sacrifice to the heavens. Without reaching a certain level, what right did he have to offer a blood sacrifice to the heavens? But since he had fought to this level, the blood sacrifice of the heavens would consume his own source energy. This is a necessary sacrifice. So Changlu said calmly, let's sign up first. He laughed bitterly. Our mortal dust transformation has been interrupted anyway. It's just wishful thinking to go one step further. So, we are naturally duty-bound to bear the brunt of this matter. Hearing this, everyone was silent. They all had different thoughts. But this time, the timing of the mortal dust transformation was really. This matter is settled. Zhuo Changlu concluded directly. Good. The flood which took a deep breath. Let's do it together then. Good. Taoist thunder also nodded bitterly. Then, the next problem is related to the fortress. Zhuo Changlu said, the higher-ups of the three clans will join forces to offer a blood sacrifice to the heavens. The possibility of the heavenly axiom agreeing to borrow power is very high. After all, the Demon League has returned. The power of the heavenly axiom on the other side is much stronger than ours. If we allow it to plunder without any bottom line, we will only be defeated. But how will the fortress be built? Will it be built? Zhuo Changlu asked. This is your problem. We, the astral souls, don't touch the sun-moon pass of the human race. The faces of the 11 great wizards all turned ugly. The problem now is obvious. The fortress of the astral souls and the Tao Alliance was actually one. As long as it was blocked, the demons would not be able to come over. The problem was on the side of the Alliance. For so many years, they had been in an offensive position. How could they have considered defense? They suddenly had to build a fortress. And it was a very long and thick fortress. The few grand shamans felt a headache coming on and were helpless. The fortress must be built. The flood which muttered, we will find a way to complete it. Building an indestructible fortress like the one in the astral souls is a top priority. It must be done. It's not easy, the fire wizard sighed. To build such a fortress, it required the lives of experts to communicate with the heavenly axiom and the power of the stars. The premise of this was that many high-level cultivators had to be sacrificed. Donglu narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, I have to remind you that the so-called Big Dipper, Southern Dipper, Greedy Wolf, Army Destroyer, and other sects, fundamentally speaking, they all belong to the Demon League. Those constellations, too many of them originated from the ancient celestial court's conferment of titles. Zhuo Changlu said, I won't deny it. The Alliance has always been careless. But this is the only thing you must pay attention to. The 11 great wizards were all shocked when they heard this. They glanced at each other. This guy's surname, Zhuo, is indeed insidious. He is provoking us so openly, but we can't not be instigated. Other than that, there are the experts of the continent. Zhuo Changlu said, the hidden experts of various races should come out to help. The flood which snorted and said, the Alliance only has 3 people. Taoist Thunder coughed and said, let's have more people in the Tao League. A dozen people will come out. The flood which sneered. Zhuo Changlu frowned and said, there are only humans like us astral souls. There are almost no hidden experts. They are really useless. Great Witch Dan Kong curled his lips and said, at that time, so many of you passed the Heaven's Gate. If I remember correctly, there were 7 people who survived. Zhuo Changlu snorted and said, so what? The survivors are either dead or disabled. How much strength do you think they have left? Except for you 2 and Yu Xingchen, the other 4 people are disabled, but their foundation is still there. It's one thing to let them come out and let us see how much strength they have left. It's another thing to let them come out and let's have a look. Didn't you all say that you want to cooperate sincerely? I don't see much sincerity from you. The Golden Scale Wizard said sarcastically. And Lei Changtian, the founder of the Devil Path, has been living in seclusion for so many years. He shouldn't be dead yet, right? Isn't he also a top expert of you humans? There are a few more. In these years of fighting, you astral souls have produced the most geniuses. Taoist Feng snorted coldly. So Changlu sneered too. We astral souls have always been fighting in the front line. Each of us is rolling on the road of life and death. Naturally, there are more people who become stronger. What's wrong with this? Are we going to be like you, hiding in the back and accumulating strength silently? Taoist Thunder coughed and said, when the time comes, let's all deploy together. Don't hide anything. Ha ha ha. Zhuo Changlu sneered. Then it's the new generation. Zhuo Changlu said, I heard that the flood which once proposed a blood sacrifice, the flood which sat up straight and said with a serious face, a top expert is far more useful than 100,000 mediocre people, especially the upcoming battle against the Demon League. In these years, although there have been many battles, it's still far from cruel. Before coming here, I've already sent an order to the Alliance. From today onwards, all the high martial arts schools in the Alliance are allowed to expand the number of deaths. Students are allowed to have frequent battles of life and death. At the same time, the Alliance will recruit soldiers from all over the territory. Enter the battle. The flood which said coldly, using battles to nurture soldiers, eliminating the weak and keeping the strong, using life and death to nurture experts. The mediocre will die, and the strong will live. In 3 months, the Umno Alliance will launch an endless war against the Astral Souls and the Tao League. The flood which said coldly, if you don't want to fight, we'll fight. If we kill all of you, the Umno Alliance will fight against the Demon League. The expressions of the higher-ups of the Tao League and the Astral Souls changed when they heard this. Even Zhuo Chonglu and his wife were no exception. The flood which had actually started to implement this extremely crazy plan. Zhuo Chonglu's expression turned cold, and he immediately calmed down. His fingers tapped on the table unconsciously. From the bottom of his heart, he agreed with the flood witch's plan, even if the consequences would be incomparably tragic. However, the current situation had reached an extreme. There were too many high-level experts of the Demon League that were about to return. Even if all the experts of the 3 continents were added together, it was still less than a third of the experts of the Demon League. Moreover, many of the experts of the Demon Clan could fight to a draw with the Flood Witch. Some of them could even defeat the Flood or even kill the Flood. For the current peak strength of the 3 continents, this level of existence was almost unbeatable. Someone had to sharpen themselves through life and death. Through one battle after another, they had to break through the shackles and improve their strength. Otherwise, this battle would be lost without a doubt. Once they lost, the 3 continents would be wiped out. There would be no luck. The Umno Alliance and the Tao League might still have a foundation. They might be able to preserve some seeds and survive in the cracks. However, once the humans of the Astral Souls were defeated, they would definitely fall and become food for the Demon Clan again. After a long silence, Zhuo Chonglu took a deep breath and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He said calmly, the Astral Souls and the Umno Alliance. High martial arts schools will start cruel education. Everyone will be conscripted. Martial cultivators above the cloud transformation realm, except for those who have official duties, will unconditionally participate in the frontline war. Those who disobey will be treated as traitors to humanity and killed without mercy. Chapter 749. Wait, Yu Xingchen suddenly stood up. Old Zhuo, this order. It's better not to give it out so easily. It's too cruel. Humans are not like the Umno Alliance, the Tao League. The Umno Alliance and the Tao League don't care about blood ties at all. But we, the human race of Astral Souls, pay special attention to this. Once this order is given, countless children will fall in a pool of blood. At that time, the entire continent of Astral Souls will be angry and resentful. The families and parents of countless children who will die will not care about the big picture. Old Zhuo, this will be infamy for eternity. Zhuo Chonglu turned his head and said, if we don't bear this infamy, then are we going to prepare for the whole human race to become food for the demons? Or let the Umno Alliance come in and unify the continent? Humans become slaves of the Umno Alliance and then die tragically in the battle with the Demon Alliance? What if we continue to fight as we did in the past and stop at nothing but resistance? Even if we can defend against the Umno Alliance when the Demon Alliance returns, can we prevent the extinction of the whole race? Zhuo Zhonglu took a deep breath and said, I'm a parent now, and I understand this feeling. Our children always hope that they can grow up safely, but the current situation won't give them that chance. They will only have a way to survive if they start fighting. Now, we can only let them walk down the path of cruelty, from a slightly cruel path to an infinitely cruel path. Only by walking out can they ensure their future survival. I also want this gentle situation to continue for a long time. I also want this world to be free of cruelty forever. But is that possible? Yu Xingchen's face was bitter. But once this decision is made, the person who gives this order will be condemned and reviled by the whole world. Even if we win in the end, it will still be hard to reverse. History has never denied merits or mistakes because of victory. Even if your order in the eyes of the higher-ups, is the most correct way to deal with the current situation, but not all of the humans on this continent are the higher-ups. The majority of the people who don't understand the situation are the ones who do. They will only consider the problem from their own standpoint, saying that this is unfair, that this is too cruel, that this policy is too inhumane. After all, for many parents, their children are their everything. We completely understand your feelings. Oldzwa, you have to think twice. Zhuo Chenglu said lightly. That's why you and I can't sign it together. Yu Xingchen was stunned. I'll sign this order, Zhuo Chenglu said indifferently. In the future, if we win one day, or if we reach a temporary peace with the Demon Alliance where we don't interfere with each other's business, then I'll leave it to you. This torrential sea of fury, this eternal infamy. Zhuo Chenglu looked at Yu Xingchen calmly. I'll take responsibility. Yu Xingchen was stunned for a moment, then suddenly flew into a rage. Are you saying that I can't take responsibility? Zhuo Chenglu snorted. It's not a question of whether you can take responsibility or not, but between the two of us, one of us has to sign this order and take responsibility for the infamy, while the other has to take responsibility for setting things right. One is the good cop, the other is the bad cop. This is necessary. If we lose in the future, and both of us die in battle, then it doesn't matter, and we'll let the future generations judge. But if we win, then someone has to clean up this mess. Zhuo Chenglu said gently, Old Yu, do you understand? Yu Xingchen said firmly, if that's the case, then I'll take responsibility for this infamy. You're the strongest among us humans, the strongest pillar. It's not appropriate for you to bear this infamy. Unfortunately, your character doesn't fit. Zhuo Chenglu narrowed his eyes. I've always been the 1 meter higher, and I do whatever I want. This has to be done by me. Don't argue with me. Suddenly, he pulled a long face. Sit down. Even if you and I want to argue, we should do it when there's no one around. Now, in front of the Umno Alliance and the Dao League, do you want to make a fool of yourself? Yu Xingchen gasped for breath and stared at Zhuo Chenglu's coffin for a long time. Finally, he said dejectedly, Okay. Then, Yu Xingchen stood up straight and solemnly saluted Zhuo Chenglu. Yu Xingchen knew that he was destined to not be able to take responsibility for this. Zhuo Chenglu said it nicely that they would fight when there was no one around, but that was impossible. After all, in front of Flood, Thunder Dao, and the others, Zhuo Chenglu had already said it and made his attitude clear. If they changed their minds after the meeting, and Yu Xingchen took responsibility for this infamy and issued this order, not to mention others, even Zhuo Chenglu himself couldn't afford to lose face. So now it was already decided. Great Flood Shaman sat opposite, looking at Zhuo Zhonglu's eyes, full of admiration. She inexplicably felt a little better in her heart. This guy surnamed Zhuo is quite a character. That time when I was tricked by him, it didn't seem to be a big deal. Anyway, I still have an eldest son. Our Dao League. Thunder Dao's face was full of struggle. The Dao League, the Astral Souls, and the Umno Alliance were fundamentally different. Over the years, the Umno Alliance and the Astral Souls have been fighting to the death, and it was extremely tragic. On the other hand, the Dao League's mainland, because it was located behind the Astral Souls, was much more peaceful and peaceful. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was a paradise. The children of the high martial arts schools under the Dao League's jurisdiction basically roamed the world and increased their experience. Although they were known to roam the world, there were very few who encountered life-threatening situations. Unless it was a feud between sects, clans, or a melodramatic plot like stealing someone else's girlfriend or having his girlfriend stolen that otherwise, there were basically no deaths. The entire mainland was full of peace, and people lived and worked in peace and contentment. People lived blissfully, and there were often 6 or 8 generations living under the same roof. Once such an order was issued, the panic it would cause would only be greater than the current situation with the Astral Souls. Even the social system would collapse because of this order. Our Dao League can only take it step by step and take it slow. We can't be impatient. Thunder Dao sighed softly. Ha ha. The Flood Witch sneered. Ha! Zhuo Changlu sneered as well. However, neither of them said anything unpleasant. After all, everyone had their own choices. It's up to you if you choose to live a peaceful life for a few more years. Anyway, once the defense line at Sun Moon Pass is broken, the situation that the Tao League will face will definitely be much worse than the current situation with the Astral Souls. Absolutely, absolutely. That's the general direction and basic strategy. Zhuo Changlu smiled faintly. If it's cruel, then it can only be cruel. If it's not cruel and we don't hurry up and nurture the core forces, the only result we can passively wait for is the extermination of our entire race. There's no other way. The Flood Witch's eyes showed sincere admiration. Zwa, you really see things clearly. You're much better than this old bastard. The Flood Witch chuckled and said, when our Umno Alliance came back, I thought that our only opponent was the Tao League. But after fighting for some time, I've completely changed my mind. The Tao League has never been worthy of being our Umno Alliance's opponent. Taoist Thunder narrowed his eyes. Old Hong, watch your words. The Flood Witch said faintly but solemnly, even in front of the 7 of you, I'll say the same thing. The Tao League has never been worthy of being our Umno Alliance's opponent. Only in a pack of wolves can there be a wolf king. In a pack of rabbits or sheep, there will never be a so-called king. The Flood Witch laughed. A pack of rabbits and sheep, are they worthy of being my opponent? Taoist Thunder said faintly. The Tao League's sword is unstoppable. Flood, one day, you'll see that the Tao League's combat power is not inferior to your Umno Alliances at all. After that, he stopped talking. The Flood Witch snorted. Who are you trying to scare? I'll just let you old bastards guard your little plot of land and live your lives. To be honest, ever since you kicked me when I was down and forced me to push the Astral Souls continent up as cannon fodder, I've looked down on you. Perhaps you didn't expect that there would be people like the Sky Sentinel Throne and the Emperor Jai Xing among the cannon fodder, right? I wonder if this is another form of nurturing a tiger to invite calamity. After so many years, not to mention people like the Sky Sentinel Throne and the Emperor Jai Xing, and not to mention the left and right heavenly kings, just how many of the rising stars at the level of the great commanders of the 4 directions have appeared in the Tao League? No, it shouldn't be said that there were a few, but none. They've already reached this stage, but they still haven't come to their senses and still can't recognize the situation. They still feel that they're full of confidence, that they're arrogant and invincible. That's really strange. If there wasn't a steady flow of young experts, even if it was a continent, it would only gradually decline. The so-called glory of a clan has always been supported by geniuses, not mediocre people. Heaven moves vigorously, and a gentleman constantly strives to improve himself. How can such a famous saying be just for show? The Flood, which was even more disdainful. The anger in Taoist Thunder's eyes was faintly discernible. Zhuo Changlu coughed, and his expression became calmer. He said in a low voice, the general direction has been set. Let's talk about the spatial relic in the Starry Mountains. You should have more than one purpose for coming here this time. What about the relic? He cleverly avoided this heavy topic. If he continued to talk about it, he was afraid that Great Witch Flood and Taoist Thunder would have to fight first. If there wasn't a huge threat like the Demon League behind them, Zhuo Changlu would naturally be happy to see it happen and even add fuel to the fire. But now he couldn't. He had to maintain the strongest combat power on his side. This isn't a relic at all. At least, it's not a relic in the ordinary sense. The Flood Witch took a deep breath and said, this is a good place. Old Zwa, although your strength is not bad, you're only a few years old. You probably don't know about the Crown Prince Academy, right? Crown Prince Academy? Zhuo Changlu really didn't know this term. As the Flood Witch said, Zhuo Changlu and Taoist Thunder were the real old monsters. In terms of age, Zhuo Changlu and Yu Xingqian were the younger generation. Taoist Thunder said, the so-called Crown Prince Academy is the place where His Majesty the Demon King entrusted the Demon Master Kuanpeng to train the Crown Princes. It's also the place where the Crown Princes train when they're weak. It's also the real place of life and death. Chapter 750. It said that every time a demon crown prince was born, he would be accompanied by countless demon god descendants who grew up with him. These people were the crown prince's natural subordinates. Among them, the outstanding ones could follow the crown prince into the academy to cultivate and gain experience. They would be the crown prince's wings, bodyguards, and future vassals. In order to increase the effectiveness of the training, countless demons of different levels were brought in. It was the purest form of life and death training. It said that the worst was the 7th crown prince. Due to his weak constitution, he was the last of the 10 princes to enter. He entered with 240 subordinates, but even the 7th crown prince died in there. None of those who followed him survived. Everyone's expression changed. The crown prince's academy was so dangerous. Even the demon crown princes could die in there. Before the 7th crown prince, the 9th crown prince brought 300 subordinates into the academy. In the end, other than the 9th crown prince, only 9 of them came out alive. However, each of the 9 who survived achieved great things in the future and were conferred the title of 9 luminaries by the demon emperor. The 10th crown prince brought in 200 people. Other than the crown prince, 28 of them came out alive. They were the 28 lunar mansions, the azure dragon, white tiger, black tortoise, and vermilion bird led the 4 divine beasts. The 28 mansions of the 4 cardinal directions. Taoist thunder smiled faintly. However, after the 7th crown prince, the demon empress was furious and reprimanded the demon master. From then on, no other demon crown prince went to train. As for the crown prince's academy, after a discussion, the demon clan's higher-ups decided to turn it into a training ground. The demon clan, spirit clan, Wu people, and other races' geniuses were allowed to enter. It was completely turned into a place of life and death. Everyone had different standpoints, and they were all enemies. Once placed inside, there would be no need to provoke them to fight for treasures. It was a matter of life and death. Naturally, it became a whetstone for each other. Although the various factions were aware of the demon clan's evil intentions, they didn't let go of this opportunity. Instead, they used this space to sharpen the swords of their own geniuses and train their soldiers. After all, life and death battles are the best way to train a person. Taoist Thunder explained. So Zhonglu listened in confusion and only understood half of it. The Flood Witch's lips curled into a mocking smile as she said indifferently, "Brother Lei, you've never personally entered the Crown Prince Academy, right? The so-called knowledge is nothing more than hearsay, right?" Taoist Thunder frowned. "What do you mean? Nothing. I just wanted to say that you didn't actually enter Crown Prince Academy to train, did you?" The Flood Witch's mocking expression was becoming more and more undisguised. Taoist Thunder's expression turned ugly. "Have you entered before? Then why didn't you recognize the door before it opened?" The Flood Witch snorted and said, "There was no such door at that time, and too much time has passed. Many things have changed. I only discovered it a long time after I entered. Otherwise, do you think I would have rashly proposed the blood soul sacrifice?" So what Chonglu said, "Brother Hong, tell us. Crown Prince Academy, rather than calling it a historical remnant, is more like a minor world. Not only are there mountains, rivers, and natural treasures, but there are also simulated suns, moons, and stars. There are also countless demonic beasts, demon kings, grand demon kings, emperor-class demonic beasts, and so on. It can be said to be a place full of opportunities, but also full of dangers." The original Crown Prince Academy was later turned into a training ground for geniuses. In the beginning, it only opened once every 100 years. Inside, there are various training grounds for different cultivation levels. Once one enters, they will be randomly teleported to the appropriate training ground based on their cultivation level. The reason for this miraculous transformation is the power of the Demon Master. In fact, the entire Crown Prince Academy was built by the Demon Master's people. The Flood Witch said indifferently, "Based on the current cultivation levels, there are 4 cultivation levels: nascent transformation, cloud form, reigning god, and nascent manifestation. Cultivators can enter to train. If someone breaks through to the Skysoar realm inside, they will be immediately expelled. The Skysoar realm, regardless of whether it was then or now, has always been the dividing line for a cultivator. But now that I've shattered the Kuan Peng's primordial spirit, the Crown Prince Academy has lost its origin energy and can only exist for 3 more months. After 3 months, this space will completely turn into nothingness. Everyone had a look of pity on their faces. For such a wonderful place to only exist for 3 more months. It was truly a pity. The Flood Witch said, "In fact, the inside is already starting to collapse. Although we've tried our best to stabilize it, we'll have to wait for 7 more days to see the results. If it can't be used, we'll send all our experts to enter and move all the resources out. We'll divide them equally among the 3 families." At this point, the Flood Witch suddenly snorted angrily and slammed her hand on the table. The curled-up, deep-eyed shaman on the table was flattened by the slap. He cried out miserably, "I'm not the only one who lost. They all lost." Inferno Dankong lowered his head, his face ashen. "If we're sure it can be used, we'll take out 2 months and send 2,000 geniuses from each family to train inside. Inside, there's no distinction between friend and foe, only superiority and inferiority. There'll be no grudges, no regrets." Lightning said, 2,000 geniuses? You. The Flood Witch ignored him and said, "That way, after 2 months, we'll still have 10 days left. We'll send all our experts to scavenge for the remaining resources, and then immediately withdraw. But no matter what, in 3 months, the Crown Prince Academy will collapse and vanish into nothingness." The Flood Witch was truly regretting her actions now. Back then, Meng Hao had gone all out to kill the Kuan Peng's nascent divinity with a single blow. Based on the situation back then, he had done nothing wrong. However, that had also led to the destruction of Crown Prince Academia. If she had kept the Kuan Peng's primordial spirit and merely sealed it, the Crown Prince Academy wouldn't have collapsed. But if she had kept the Kuan Peng's primordial spirit, it would have caused endless trouble in the future. Now, such a good place for training had been reduced to only 3 months of lifespan by her hammer. Changlu was sensitive and asked, "Then, what about the treasures and resources that the geniuses who entered the academy?" "Naturally, they belong to the individual." The Flood Witch said naturally, "Since ancient times, this has been the rule." "I wonder what's inside?" Zhuo Changlu was very interested in this and naturally wanted to confirm it. The Flood Witch was silent for a moment and said, "There are all kinds of treasures that you can imagine. In addition to spirit treasures, there are also the best forging materials, such as Fate's Soul Cake." "Haha, what happens if someone dies inside?" Zhuo Changlu asked. "There would certainly be deaths. This was unavoidable. Death is death. Once you enter, you're responsible for your own life and death." The Flood Witch said indifferently, "Even if it's the son of a grand shaman, the son of a minister, or the son or disciple of a Taoist. If someone dies inside, it's fate. It has nothing to do with anyone. No one is allowed to seek revenge. Since ancient times, the Crown Prince Academy has another name, the isolated world of gratitude and grudges." Zhuo Changlu nodded. "A family of 2,000 people, 500 nascent soul, 500 cloud transformation, 500 imperial spirit, 500 profound restoration. If the Crown Prince Academy was in good condition, it would naturally be able to bear it. But now, too many profound restoration cultivators have exceeded the limits of this realm." The Flood Witch calculated and said, "If it's used to the maximum, 700 nascent soul, 700 cloud transformation, 400 imperial spirit, and 200 profound restoration. No more." After saying this, the Flood Witch frowned and pondered for a long time. Finally, she said, "That's about the limit, right?" However, her voice was still somewhat uncertain. It couldn't be helped. The Flood Witch's mathematics wasn't very good. Zhuo Changlu was stunned. "You calculated for a long time, and you gave me a question mark? How do I know that it's not the limit? Saying that it's about the same doesn't fit the current situation." Great Magus Flood coughed, and there was some awkwardness on his face. He said to Yu Xingqian, "Why don't you calculate it again?" Is it this number? Yu Xingchen rolled his eyes and said, It's not at all okay? Brother Lei wanted to say something when you said 2,000 people per family, but you kept talking. What 2,000 people per family? How did you calculate? Originally, it could withstand the crown prince's people and the geniuses of various races. There's a single world inside. You also said that once you enter, there will be tens of thousands of people. Now, even if it can't withstand it, it should be more than 2,000 people, right? The flood which dipped her finger in water again and calculated again. She frowned and said, I miscalculated by half. Yu Xingchen was speechless to the extreme. Your mathematics level. You miscalculated by 5 times. The flood which coughed and was a little embarrassed. Really? Taoist Thunder calculated and said, It's true. You miscalculated by 5 times. 10,000 people can enter each continent. Of course, the number of God reigning and mysterious returning will be strictly limited, but it won't be as small as you said. The flood witch's face was like water. After a long time, she said gloomily, What I hate the most in my life is mathematics. She was displeased and snorted. So what if you can calculate accurately? The ice abyss, which finally recovered a little. She had been listening to this mathematical argument. Several times, she wanted to interrupt, but couldn't find a chance. Now that she heard the flood witch say this, she finally couldn't help it. Suddenly, she let out an uncontrollable laugh. Ha 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 ha. I'm not good at mathematics. What's wrong? Am I proud? Am I proud? Chapter 751. Slap. A slap. Bing Ming started to spin like a top on the table. The flood witch was a little angry and said, I miscalculated. So what? Can't I? It's not enough for one of you to come out and say it. You actually calculated several people at once. What do you mean? Thunder Taoist and Yu Xingchen were flabbergasted. What do you mean? You miscalculated, but you don't let me say it? You don't let me correct you? This is only here. If you miscalculated this kind of question in school, you would be punished to stand on the platform. Okay? Thunder Taoist ignored him. The upper limit of each family is 10,000 people, but the space is unstable. To be safe, each family has an upper limit of 8,000 people. Among them, 3,000 are nascent soul, 3,000 are the transforming cloud, 1,200 are royal god, and 800 are returning mystery. The flood witch muttered, Why is the difference so big? I've lost a lot of face this time. On the table, the deep ice which couldn't stand it anymore. Even though he had been twisted into a ball by his boss, even though he was still spinning like a top, he couldn't stop his gloating mood from coming up. He felt that if he didn't speak now, he would definitely suffocate to death. When he finally stopped spinning, his head was still a little dizzy, but he couldn't wait anymore. He shook his head and stood on the table, saying sarcastically, Tisk, Tsk, Tsk, this level of calculation is indeed the best in the world. Ha ha, last place. The flood witch said gloomily, So you're so eloquent. It's really an eye-opener. She grabbed Bing Ming and squeezed hard. Bing Ming Sr. made a squeaking sound and felt that his original strength was almost squeezed out. He wailed loudly, Boss, please spare my life. I won't dare anymore. When Flood let go, Bing Ming Sr.'s waist had become as thick as a little finger, his belly almost reached his ankles, and his neck was 4 or 5 times thicker than his head. Lying on the table, he gasped for breath and said, If I had shit out of me just now, I think it would have spat in Boss's mouth. Fortunately, I held it in. Boss owes me a favor. With a slap, the flood directly hit Lai Hua's face. The flood which was unable to restrain her anger. Lai Hua, the next time you let your brother-in-law appear in front of me, I will hammer your entire family to death, one by one. The great Inferno Magus was scared out of his wits. Boss, please calm down. He hurriedly put his brother-in-law's grotesquely shaped body into his pocket. Then, he heard a voice coming from his pocket. The voice was faint, but it was still sarcastic. Tsk, Tsk, Tsk. You can't catch the rabbit and eat the dog. Boss, this is all you can do. Raging Inferno's face turned green. He took it out of his pocket, tore off a few pieces of his robe, and wrapped them tightly around Zhao's body. Then, he stuffed a hemp seed into Zhao's mouth. After thinking about it, he still felt that it was not safe, so he simply covered Zhao's eyes and ears before putting it back into his pocket. However, after a few movements, he was already sweating profusely. The Flood Witch's cold eyes kept moving around the great Inferno Magus's face, full of malice. Obviously, I, your brother-in-law, have had enough. Lai Hua, why don't you blow me up? The great Inferno Magus's face was pale. He shrank his body and sat in the chair, lowering his head deeply. Trying his best to reduce his presence, there was a whining sound of struggling in his pocket. Obviously, the great Inferno Magus still had something to say, but in this situation, he couldn't say it. Everyone present had a strange expression. They wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare to. Each and every one of them had a hard time holding it in. 3,000 nascent soul transformation, 3,000 cloud transformation, 1,200 imperial spirit, 800 profound returning. Zhuo Changlu softly read this number and couldn't help but exhale softly. The military could have fewer nascent soul transformation cultivators. Instead, they could choose talented youths from various major martial arts to enter and gain experience. However, there would be more cultivators from the 3 realms above cloud transformation in the military. After all, the survival ability of cultivators in the military was stronger, and they were more valuable for the future. This number, has it been decided? Zhuo Changlu asked. It has been decided. Taoist Thunder said. Now, the Flood Witch and Great Magus Dankong need to check the situation of the Crown Prince's school in 7 days. After confirming that it has stabilized, they can enter. I don't think there will be a big problem. So, we can start to choose now. He paused and said, the Tao League has already started to prepare for the follow-up. As for the Umno Alliance and the Astral Souls, they haven't started yet. So Changlu nodded and said, if that's the case, Xiaohu, the king of Zhuolu, and Yun Zhonghu immediately stepped forward and said, Master, after this banquet, ask the 4 great marshals, all the ministers, and the ministers of the cabinet to discuss this matter. We have to decide as soon as possible. This matter has a lot to do with the follow-up and can't be delayed. Those political tricks are not appropriate at this time. Zhuo Changlu said, yes, I understand. The king of Zhuolu hesitated for a moment and said, Nan Zhengqian, Chief Nan. What's wrong? Chief Nan has always wanted to return to the Southern Army. He has already found someone to take over the Ministry of Finance. However, you didn't agree to this matter, and Old Master Nan strongly opposed it. The king of Zhuolu coughed. Zhuo Changlu couldn't help but ponder. Wu Yuding asked, Old Master Nan's health hasn't improved. I don't know if his internal injuries have gotten better over the years. The king of Zhuolu said in a low voice, I'm afraid Old Master Nan doesn't have many years left. Just a few days ago, he called me and said he was going to the front line. Zhuo Changlu and the others fell silent. The grand shamans of the Umno Alliance on the opposite side also looked serious and solemn. If Old Master Nan, who didn't have many years left to live, went to the front line, there was only one purpose. That was to find a high-ranking member of the Umno Alliance to be buried with him, or to find the elite troops of the Umno Alliance to be buried with him. Even though these old masters' lifespans were exhausted and their vitality was at the end of their lives, their combat strength was still not to be underestimated. At the last moment, they let go of all their internal injuries and burst out to the limit. Dragging a master of the Umno Alliance to be buried with them was already the most conservative estimate. It was a good idea to take a group of old friends to the underworld with him. For the astral souls of the human race, especially for the military, this was not uncommon. Because of this, the Umno Alliance deeply hated this kind of thing, but at the same time, they also admired it and gasped in amazement. Only people like this could be called heroes. So Changlu sighed deeply and said, please bear with it for a few more years. Give him a crisis reversal pill. Old Master Nen has already taken 1 crisis reversal pill. He refused to take another one, saying it would be a waste. The king of Zhuolu said, now, The crisis reversal pill can only provide old Master Nan with less than 2 years of life. Zhuo Chonglu said decisively, "Tell him it's my order, and he must take it. At most, in 4 years, I will let him die in glory. It won't be a problem for him to go down in history." Yes, the king of Zhuolu agreed. Zhuo Zhonglu let out a sigh and said slowly, "Many of these old fogies, who had been through hundreds of battles and risked their lives, even after leaving the army, were still unwilling to bring their cultivation bays to the yellow soil before they died. They are not willing to die on the sickbed. Most of them have chosen to go to the front line again and put an end to their lives with a brilliant explosion. This is also the last contribution they have made to the world they have fought for all their lives. Of course, it is also the last glory they have added to their families and their descendants. We have to take care of both public and private interests. We can't ignore their private interests because of the public interest, but we can't ignore their sacrifice and righteousness because of our private interests. We have to give them the favor they deserve." So Changlu sighed softly. "Little you, what do you think?" The heavenly king of the right was in charge of the battle. Almost all the commanders of the 4 sides were controlled by him. Yu Dantian understood what Zhuo Chonglu was asking. He said in a low voice, "I think that Nan Zhengxian's return to the Southern Army is imperative. The Demon Alliance's return is imminent. I'm afraid that it will be a life and death battle as soon as they return. The Southern Army doesn't have a backbone now. Even with the command of the Southern Army, it is still the weakest link among the 4 sides. If we let Nan Zhengxian return when the battle is about to start, there will be no buffer time. It will be difficult for our combat strength to reach its peak. It is very likely that it will cause a gap in the battle line and collapse thousands of miles away. Moreover, the Umno Alliance is about to march on a large scale and train their flesh and blood." Yu Dantian said, "If Nan Zhengxian is not there, I'm afraid that the Umno Alliance will really swallow the Southern Army." On the other side, Great Shaman Dan Kong said, "That's right. The Southern Army has no commander. We have been coveting it for a long time. If it wasn't for the fact that the boss has always had some misgivings about the future situation, I'm afraid that he would have already taken action to eliminate your Southern Army. You have always had some misgivings about the future situation." Zhuo Chonglu looked at the Flood Witch. "You have always had misgivings about the future situation? When?" The Flood Witch said deeply, "When the Umno Alliance just returned." Everyone was a little surprised. Even Zhuo Chonglu and the others never expected that the Flood Witch's plan was so long-term. The Flood Witch said, "Since the Dao Alliance and the Umno Alliance can return, then the Demon Alliance and the others will definitely return. Therefore, the Umno Alliance's initial strategic target was never you. It was the demon race." The Flood Witch's face was full of confidence, and she said lightly, "Otherwise, in the first few years after I returned from the Umno Alliance, how could the Dao Alliance and the astral souls of the human race, who have been crippled by the Dao Alliance, stop the Umno Alliance's army? I only needed to take 11 brothers to the front line and completely suppress the masters of the Dao Alliance. At that time, we could have already unified the continent. But at that time, unification had no meaning. Because after unification, the Umno Alliance's management ability was not good enough. It could only make people angry, and even the Umno Alliance itself would be corroded. The reason why we tried so hard to return from the starry sky was because, for so many years, even though we were drifting outside, the pressure was not great. The new generation of the Umno Alliance had a serious gap, and there were almost no geniuses. Without the crisis of life and death, how could there be a breakthrough? Even until now, this gap has not been patched up. In the new generation, there were no masters who could match the 12 of us. Chapter 752. Ever since we came back, we've been watching you guys get stronger and stronger. We've deliberately proposed the genius cultivation plan and the ridiculous rule that those below the sky realm can't fight. All we want is for these forces to become stronger. Only when you guys hurt us can more geniuses stand out. The Flood Witch said, "My initial goal was the Demon Alliance. However, after so many years of hard work, we're still far behind the Demon Alliance. but at least we've increased the number of experts on your side. The flood which said coldly, in our eyes, there's no hatred, but we have a blood feud with the demon clan. Since ancient times, the shaman and demon clan couldn't exist side by side. And you and the demon clan can't exist side by side. The flood which looked at Taoist Lei with disdain and said lightly, like the Tao League, we can't wait to divide the whole continent into our backyard as soon as we come back. We won't do it. Of course, we won't be merciful in any battle. What we want is eternity. What we want is never the present. The flood which looked a little lonely. Maybe you don't understand, but one day you'll understand. So Changlu nodded silently. The flood witch's words made everyone, including some of the 11 great shamans, come to a realization. Back then, during the war between the 3 continents, the establishment of the alliance was unexpectedly easy. But after all, it was achieved with great sacrifices. So they didn't think much of it. But now that they thought about it at that time, the Umno alliance did have the intention to go easy on them. I admire you, Brother Hong. Zhuo Changlu's admiration came from the bottom of his heart. The flood which smiled faintly. Of course, we won't be merciful in our battle, especially the warriors of the whole continent under us. So, there's no favor and no debt. We have our goals, and you have yours. Our goal is eternity, and your goal is survival. Zhuo Changlu sighed. The leader of the 12 great shamans was indeed worthy of his reputation. The flood which looked at Zhuo Changlu and said, that was before. We can control it. However, once the meat grinder mode is activated, we won't be able to control how we fight. So, it's not impossible for us to devour the entire southern army. Zhuo Changlu pondered for a moment and said, since that's the case, let Nan Zhengxian officially return to the southern army after the festival. Cough, cough. The king of Zhuolu said, Nan Zhengxian has a favor to ask of me. Zhuo Changlu rolled his eyes and said, all right, I'll release him from the blacklist later. Pucci. Wu Yuting laughed. On the other side, Yu Dongtian's face turned green. This, Auntie, when will our family banquet begin? Wu Yuting snorted and said, family banquet. Duo and Yin Cat aren't strong enough to eat those things yet. What's the point of starting so early? Why can't you wait? Yu Dongtian coughed. That's not what I meant. It's just that the ingredients I've collected. Should I hand them over to you first? Wu Yuting rolled her eyes and said, you've collected enough ingredients? I didn't expect you to be so capable. On the other side, the upper echelons of the Tao League and the Umno alliance glared at each other. Wu Yuting snorted and slapped Yu Xingqian's head. Why did you hit me? The Emperor Zhai Xing was baffled. He didn't do anything, and he didn't even say a word. Why did he get slapped? You still want to ask why? Didn't you see your son using me as a shield? Wu Yuting snorted and said, my cultivation hasn't returned, so I can't beat him. So I can only hit you. Go back and educate your son yourself. Let him know how to be educated. What kind of upbringing is this? If the upper beam isn't straight, the lower beam will be crooked. I'm a jerk. Wu Yuting scolded. You're pushing the blame to me. Yu Dongtian's face turned ashen. Yu Xingqian said angrily, I'm not taking the blame. He's so promising because you taught him well, sister-in-law. My son's bad behavior, which one of them wasn't caused by you? You threw him into the pool to swim when he was only half a year old, and he actually knew how to swim. So you named him Little Fish Roe. After his mother died, you raised him and spoiled him until he became unruly. Now you want me to discipline my son? He's a jerk because of some people. It has nothing to do with me. Wu Yuting was furious. She slapped the Emperor Zhai Xing's head again and again. Your son made a mistake. What's wrong with me asking you to be his father? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? Why are you the scapegoat? Tell me, tell me, tell me. 3 slaps in a row. The Emperor Zhai Xing swallowed his anger and looked at his son as if he wanted to eat him alive. He gritted his teeth and panted. Son of a bitch. You just wait and see. He got himself into so much trouble and was beaten bald in front of the entire continent's upper echelons. It seemed that he really needed to strengthen this upbringing. Yu Dongtian's face was full of despair. He had snatched things from the Wizard Alliance and the Tao Alliance, and the higher-ups of the two continents were furious with him. They wanted to cause trouble for him all the time, and that was why they had an idea. They used their innate ability to shift the blame and made him ask about Wu Yuding's family banquet. He said, "Look, this wasn't my idea, right? You can't blame me, right? I was also instructed by someone else. I had no choice." Sure enough, after Wu Yuding's reply, the anger of the upper echelons of the two continents was reduced by half. However, although the scapegoat was successfully thrown out, another bigger scapegoat was firmly placed on his head. Moreover, the person who was holding him down was his father. He didn't even dare to escape or move. What should he do? Yu Dongtian's legs trembled as he faced his father's gaze, which seemed to want to send him back to the furnace. This time, he had really dug his own grave. How could he be so stupid to actually dare to throw the scapegoat on that ancestor? Sure enough, the evils he brought on himself were the hardest to bear. Wise words, the ancients didn't lie to me. As Yu Dongtian trembled after the ice underworld, which was directly trampled into a little toad, this high-level meeting ended in a very happy state. This meeting was successful, and the results were what everyone was happy to see. Naturally, everyone was in high spirits. Under the chairmanship of the upper echelons, the Sky Patrol Minister, the Flood Witch, and the Tao of Thunder cordially discussed issues related to the ruins. They also made their own initial arrangements regarding the ruins and exchanged their views on the impending return of the Demon Alliance. The three parties all felt that the issue of the Demon Alliance's return this time must attract the attention of all parties. Therefore, the three leaders started a cordial and friendly discussion on the issue of the Demon Alliance's return. They also made further arrangements for the follow-up. At the end of the meeting, the Sky Patrol Minister had warmly invited him in private. The Great Flood, which had happily accepted one of the minister's ardent invitations. He had also kindly expressed that he must see the hammer of the minister's son. This was an unprecedented meeting. This was a meeting of great significance. It was precisely because this meeting was related to the front lines, the future of mankind, and, in short, a lot of things that the God of creation expressed that he couldn't continue on this topic. Therefore, he announced the end of the meeting. Space distorted for a moment, and everything returned to normal. Well, it should be said that it returned to normal. Everyone except them sat upright and still, watching the show intently. After all, this was the focus of everyone's attention. It was the main show, the Ice Underworld, which was also released from the pocket and returned to her seat. Zhuo subconsciously rubbed his eyes. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Why did the clothes on the white-robed man become so wrinkled? Moreover, he looked very weak, so pitiful. It was as if he had been heavily ravaged and crushed by dozens of large hands. Well, the crushed here was not an adjective. But how could it be? It was clearly such a short time. How could it be so fast? How could he have known that what he was seeing was the truth? Someone had really been trampled and crushed by several pairs of giant hands. On the stage, sonorous music sounded. Another show had begun, and Zhuo suddenly realized that the people at the tables around him had all left. In the end, only 3 people were left. One was dressed in red, one was dressed in green, and the last one was the tallest person with a head of messy hair. The others all left in the blink of an eye. They all left without a trace. The following process was either lackluster or too ordinary. Everyone was focused on the show. The last show was actually Gu Lian's blood raining from the sky. Although Gu Luoyan didn't come, her song was still the finale. Someone nearby whispered, "I heard that Gu Luoyan went to the front line for a charity performance. Otherwise, she would have come this time. It was too rushed this time. Sigh, I don't have the luck to watch it. I heard that Gu Luoyan will release a new song this time. I envy her." So that was it. The song ended. The other people on the stands also began to leave. After a long time, Zhuo and his family were on their way home. It was already nighttime. As they walked, Zhuo suddenly realized that something was wrong with the surroundings. There was thick fog everywhere. The tall buildings that were supposed to be around suddenly disappeared without a trace. As the thick fog continued to rise, they couldn't even see their own fingers in front of them. And this was no longer just not quite right. Rather, it was far too wrong. So Xiao Duo suddenly woke up. I've been set up. He didn't know when the change happened. Just now, the surroundings were still bright with neon lights. How did they enter this strange area in an instant? This was clearly a space that was covered by a powerful figure. It was even a battle space. Zhuo Xiaoyan reacted quickly. With a clang, she unsheathed the spirit snatcher. The two of them stood on the left and right, fully alert of the surroundings. Dad, Mom, don't wander around, Zhuo Xiaoduo whispered. If there are enemies later, we will observe the situation. If necessary, Sister Nian and I will hold the enemies back. You can go first. Don't worry about us. Zhuo Changlu's face was solemn. Okay. Hee. A strange laughter suddenly appeared in the thick fog in front of him. A majestic figure appeared from the thick fog and said lightly, "So you didn't expect this, did you?" Chapter 753. Zhuo Changlu said nervously, "It's you. You finally found us." The man laughed. "Since I've found you, today will be the day you die." Zhuo Changlu said, "Let the children go first. We'll settle our grudges ourselves. Don't even think about leaving." Two figures shot out from the thick fog and attacked Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding respectively. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan attacked at the same time. On one side, the sun was blazing, and on the other, the sky was covered with frost. "You want to hurt my parents? Who do you think you are?" With a boom, the thick fog expanded. Zhuo Xiaoyan's soul-snatching sword flashed, and a bone-piercing cold wind blew. She had used all her strength, and the endless cold almost froze the space around her. Her white clothes and long hair fluttered, and her face was filled with extreme, cold, murderous intent. Suddenly, the space in front of her distorted, and a voice said, "Ice attribute? Not bad, but it's not enough." So Xiaoyan only felt a blur in front of her, and she was already dragged into another thick fog by another enemy. On the ground, the tiles cracked. The cold from before had caused the floor tiles to be frozen and cracked. They could only hear the sounds of battle ringing out unceasingly. The sound of swords whistling could be heard. So Xiaoyan's anxious voice could be heard. "Xiao Duo, take Mom and Dad away." So Xiao Duo waved the civet cat sword and faced another tall enemy opposite him. He instantly scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense and immediately locked onto the life gate. He roared, "Mom and Dad, you go first. Go back the way you came. Go quickly. Let's get rid of these two little things first." The tall and strong figure sneered. The thick fog rolled again, and the space was distorted. "Little thing, come in." So Xiao Duo could no longer hear the movements outside. He did not know, see, or hear how Zhuo Xiaoyan was doing. He had no idea how Mom and Dad were doing in front of him. There was only this terrifying enemy left. A single battle space. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes instantly turned red. Damn it. The sword in Zhuo Xiaoduo's hand instantly went crazy. Soft water sword, river sword, river sea sword, drizzle sword, and rainstorm sword poured out crazily. Child's play. The tall and strong figure opposite him did not say a word. With just a wave of his hand, he easily broke through Zhuo Xiaoduo's swordsmanship. He broke through it effortlessly, as if it was at his fingertips. Die. Zhuo Xiaoduo gathered all the strength in his body and stabbed out. His body and sword became one, and light radiated in all directions. The long dragon-like sword light took shape in the air, like a fire dragon overturning the seas and rivers. This sword's attack was the sword was the sword's. Is that it? Just as he was about to exert his strength to break the move, he saw Xiao Duo let go of his hand. This was not the time to let go and give up on the move. He had clearly become one with the sword, but he let go when the power was at its strongest. Whining sounds suddenly filled the world. A whirlwind suddenly rolled up. With a loud rumble, two shockingly large hammers appeared in the air. It was the 99 kitty hammer that Zhuo Xiaoduo rarely used. One hammer fiercely pointed to the sky, The other resolutely pointed to the ground. The twin hammers suddenly separated from each other, and a humming sound was heard. It was as if this posture had already torn apart space. The heavenly finger hammer smashed down. The sky finger hammer and earth finger hammer repulsed each other like two magnets. As the sky finger hammer fell, the earth finger hammer was being driven away by the sky finger hammer. As for the earth finger hammer, it followed the sky finger hammer and also urged it to move. In an instant, a whirlwind formed. His first attack was the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. Come die. Along with the twin hammer's whirlwind, Xiaoduo roared and spun his body. His slender figure suddenly turned black in the fog. The vague figure spun his body, and a huge hammer with earth-shattering power smashed down violently. The tall figure opposite him was hidden in the thick fog. Only a blurry figure could be seen, and his face could not be seen. If Xiaoduo could see him, he would definitely see that his opponent's eyes were shining with surprise. Yes, surprise. The Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer's first attack had already caused such power. The destructive whirlwind had already begun to take shape. This kind of situation had greatly exceeded his expectations. Good lad, the man shouted coldly. Okay, behind me. Xiaoduo had already turned into a violent whirlwind. Eat my hammer. This time, in this instant, he unleashed his full strength, which he had suppressed 17 times in the primal core realm. He unleashed all of his strength without holding back. He even used all the strength he had left in him. In an instant, the 9-9 Kitty hammer had already turned into a thunderbolt. The void rumbled and shook. A powerful whirlwind that could destroy the heaven and earth rolled up like a world-destroying storm. So Xiaoduo madly rushed towards the blurry figure. Good, the majestic figure bellowed. Then, he cursed in his heart. Who the hell are you? Motherfucker. The man flipped his hands, and a pair of hammers appeared in his hands. These hammers were actually not smaller than Xiaoduo's. His right hand moved, and the hammers blocked the incoming 9-9 Kitty hammer whirlwind. The two hammers collided violently. At this moment, the void collapsed. Lightning flashed in all directions, and thunder roared faintly. Boom! The surroundings shook violently, and thick fog rolled out. Hammers too. Xiaoduo was shocked. Damn, I met someone of the same profession. Huh? Xiaoduo roared. His body moved along with the vibration. He twisted his waist, and the hammer in his left hand retracted with the vibration. He spun back to increase the rotation force. As his body spun, he twisted his waist, and the hammer in his left hand fell like lightning. Its power was even stronger than the previous hammer. It was a strong attack. Good hammers, the tall figure opposite him shouted. He was even more surprised. The first hammer was blocked by him directly. This lad actually knew how to use the second hammer. So fast. This was a big surprise. He was afraid that even if he taught him personally, he would only be able to reach this level in such a short time. Seal. The man still did not retreat. This time, he used the hammer in his left hand to block. Once again, he blocked without any fancy moves. Another earth-shattering boom rang out. The two hammers collided violently. Lightning flashed in all directions. The void beside the hammers cracked like a spiderweb. Awesome. Then, Xiaoduo roared. The Thousand Souls Nightmare hammers were fully unleashed. The sky was filled with the shadows of the hammers. It was as dense as a rainstorm. Boom, boom, boomed up. The two hammers of the figure opposite him flew up and down. Every hammer hit hard. The crazy sound of collision and the crazy sparks made the space look like the fireworks of the Lantern Festival. If there were spectators here, they would have been shocked to death by the sound alone. No matter how Xiaoduo danced around like a whirlwind and attacked consecutively, each hammer was stronger than the previous one. The opponent's pair of hammers were always able to perfectly block and intercept Cat's hammer's landing point. Every hammer strike was tit for tat, and there was no difference. It was clearly the simplest and most simple swing, but he seemed to know exactly where Xiaoduo's hammer would land without the slightest bit of error. In just a few seconds, the four hammers had collided hundreds of times. Good hammers. Xiaoduo roared. His fighting spirit became unprecedentedly fierce. Then, with the help of the vibration and the accumulated strength of hundreds of collisions, he flew up into the sky. The hammers in his hands suddenly hit each other in the air. With a loud boom, they bounced off each other. Then, he flipped rapidly in the air. His whole body seemed to have turned into 3 heads and 6 arms. Hammers, 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 hammers. Several hammer skills merged together. At this moment, there was no need to care about the moves. It was all about instinct. Smash you to death. Smash you to death. I will definitely smash you to death. Xiaoduo showed an unprecedented desperation. He would either succeed or die trying. Through the exchange of blows just now, Xiaoduo knew that his opponent's strength was far above his own from the beginning to the end of the fight. But at this moment, he could not afford to take a step back. He could only give it his all and fight with his life. I, Master Zhua, have always defeated the strong as the weak. Xiaoduo was focused on attacking and hoping for a fluke. Naturally, he did not know that the tall figure opposite him was getting more and more surprised. In the face of Xiaoduo's continuous attacks, although he was still calm, the 2 hammers started to move up and down. They became closer and closer, and their strength gradually increased. However, he had increased his strength 4 or 5 times, but Xiaoduo was still energetic. He shouted loudly and fought fiercely. The power of the hammers in his hands was like the river and the sea. Each wave was higher than the last. Both of their hammers had collided thousands of times, but they were not at a disadvantage. Xiaoduo's aura also increased as his opponent's battle prowess continued to increase. Every strike of the hammers carried thousands of kilograms of force. The vibration became more and more violent, but Xiaoduo's momentum was getting fiercer and fiercer. Well, at least from the looks of it, they were evenly matched, and there was no clear winner. Can you get stronger? The tall and strong figure suddenly gave a cold snort, and suddenly increased his strength. The hammer spun, and ripples appeared in the void like the sea. The hammer smashed out with black light. And the increase in strength this time was a little too big, a little too sudden, to the extent that Xiaoduo only felt a surge of energy rushing towards him. His own 9-9 cat hammer was unable to withstand it, and was sent flying backwards. His body also spun backwards, blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. This was already Xiaoduo's godly reaction speed. One must know that the biggest taboo when swinging a sledgehammer was not to miss, but to be counterattacked by the opponent. Especially now that the opponent had rushed back, it had almost instantly broken Xiaoduo's sledgehammer momentum. It was already very commendable that he was able to retreat without suffering a backlash from his sledgehammer counterattack. Xiaoduo's eyes flashed with desperation. His eyes were bloodshot. He was no match for his opponent. This person was simply too strong. He was too strong to be shaken. Who was this person? He was so strong. Chapter 754. His opponent wanted to end the battle with one blow, but he didn't expect the kid to become even more excited despite the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He didn't look like he was hit by a hammer, but rather a shot of adrenaline. What a freak. Your father is a freak, and you're a freak too. The man muttered in his heart and sighed. Your godfather is also. Xiaoduo roared and spun his hammers with even more force. The surface of the hammers flickered with the same destructive black light as his opponent's hammers. The faint black light wasn't as bright as his opponent's, but it was already fully formed. He fell from the sky. At this moment, his hair fluttered in the wind, as if a demon had descended. The hammer swung at a profound angle, smashing down madly like the horns of an antelope. Watch out for my hammers. The majestic figure on the other side was pleasantly surprised, and he almost blurted out praises. This destructive black light was a death ray that would only appear when the Thousand Souls nightmare hammers were trained to a certain level. This kid had only been training for a few days, but he had already produced such a death ray. The man didn't hold back as the black light swirled around him. The two hammers came crashing down like a tidal wave. At the same time, he did a somersault, smashed his hammers, turned around, swung his hammers, and leaned back at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of consecutive booms. A blazing aura suddenly rose. Zhua Xiaoduo's flaming sun manual reached its peak in an instant. The flaming sun manual and the 99 kitty hammer were Zhua Xiaoduo's trump cards. After fighting with ordinary elemental energy for so long, his opponent thought that he had no other trump cards that he suddenly attacked. The heat at this moment was enough to melt gold and iron. In the thick fog, the sun rose, the fire dragon rolled, and the heat wave rolled. A sea of fire burned the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The muscular man's eyes flashed with extreme shock and surprise. He didn't retreat, but instead attacked fiercely. Kid, I want to see how many trump cards you have. Zhua Xiaoduo was surprised to find that his opponent had increased his strength again. The high temperature that could melt gold and iron, as well as the kitty hammer that was like a furnace, had no effect on his opponent. He couldn't help but be completely shocked. What kind of monster is this? I'm strong, and he's strong too. What the hell are you playing with me? Raging flames soared into the sky as he smashed the hammer 400 times in a row. The ground was scorched red, and the fog in the air was set ablaze. However, the other party's figure remained hidden within the thick fog, and he was not injured at all. Motherfucker, I'm going all out. Zhua Xiaoduo suddenly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. With the help of the recoil, his body floated backward like a fallen leaf. With a wave of his hands, the sledgehammers rotated and his body retreated more than 10 meters like a whirlwind. The two sledgehammers once again turned into black light. Just when the black light was at its most dazzling, it suddenly flew out of his hand as he was retreating. Watch your left, my flying sky hammer. The sledgehammer was mixed with an abundant power that seemed to be able to destroy the world. It was extremely fast, and it overtook the flowing light. It created a black passage in the air and the fog, and suddenly appeared in front of the man. The man's eyes were dignified. He turned his head and dodged. The sledgehammer whooshed past his ear, and the hair on his head fluttered. The other sledgehammer also flew over with a sharp whistling sound. For the first time, a hint of anger flashed in the man's eyes. Not only did Zhua Xiaoduo call himself daddy in front of him. How could a sledgehammer be used like this? You threw the sledgehammer. What are you going to use to attack the enemy and protect yourself? Just as he was thinking about this, he suddenly felt the wind behind him. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. That person was also someone who had experienced hundreds of battles. Although he was surprised, his hands did not slow down in the slightest. He swung his sledgehammer backwards to meet the 99 cat hammer that was flying backwards. However, the result of the collision of the two hammers this time was far beyond that person's expectations. That man was a powerful cultivator who was much stronger than Zhua Xiaoduo. His control of strength and strength was also at the peak. The previous few times he increased his strength, it was all because of Zhua Xiaoduo's strength and power. He maintained the edge of winning by a little, but not by much. And just now, the strength that he used was still based on his previous evaluation, but it caused him to stumble, and he was actually hit to the point of stumbling. Fuck. The majestic man suddenly felt a little confused. What kind of sledgehammers are these? They actually flew back. Then, the two sledgehammers that were not in Zhua Xiaoduo's hands actually swung themselves in the air, as if they were automatic attacks, and smashed toward that man in an extremely crazy manner. Although this person had been through hundreds of battles and had seen many things, he had never seen such a fighting style before. He was caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events. For a moment, he was thrown into a fluster. Well, this was mainly because the sledgehammers had no pattern in their movements, but they were full of strength. After 7 or 8 sledgehammers in a row, the man realized that there was actually a rope connected to the sledgehammers, which created the effect of remote control. He actually changed my 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer into a Meteor Hammer. That man was an expert in using sledgehammers. He was speechless for a while. He secretly praised Zhua Xiaoduo's nimble mind but he also instantly came up with a plan to break the move. His body moved, and the momentum of his hammer was like a white steed flashing through a crack, knocking on the rope connected to the hammerhead. On the other side, Xiaoduo suddenly felt a boundless force coming toward him. His hands went numb, and he hurriedly turned them into soft strength, activating the mental cultivation method of lightness and heaviness. He held the dragon tendon whip firmly, and the other sledgehammer turned and smashed out. Then he shook his hands again, and the two sledgehammers flew back like swallows returning to their nest. He spun in the air and grabbed the handles again. As if he didn't have much time to react, he took advantage of this rotation and attacked again like a hurricane. The majestic man did not say a word, and the sledgehammers in his hands flew out. With a loud bang, the four sledgehammers collided again. Once again, the majestic man was unhappy with Xiaoduo's choice. The two of them had exchanged blows repeatedly, and Xiaoduo knew that his true strength was far above his. To him, such an extreme confrontation was not only impossible to win, but it would also lead to his defeat. It was the worst choice at the moment. However, at the moment when the four sledgehammers collided, another unforeseen event occurred. Puff! Puff! Two cold lights suddenly appeared and shot out rapidly. It was a hair's breadth away from the opponent's eyes. Damn it! He blurted it out without thinking. This attack was too sudden. Even if the majestic man was experienced in hundreds of battles, he still could not react in time. However, this so-called reaction was still limited to the current situation. The majestic man, who seemed to be about to be hit by the two cold lights, actually spat out a mouthful of saliva. He actually used a mouthful of thick phlegm to hit away the two needles hidden on the sledgehammers that Xiaoduo suddenly shot out. He said angrily, "What kind of fighting method is this? It's a mess." Although he scolded angrily, in his heart, he took a deep breath. That was close. This kid actually had a trap on his sledgehammers. Damn it, he really took after his father, so cunning. He even installed a hidden weapon on the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. This is simply fucking dog's it. If it wasn't for the fact that his cultivation was far higher than this brat's, he wouldn't have been able to dodge the two hidden weapons that this brat had thrown at him earlier, if he was only a person with the strength that he had just displayed. Needless to say, it would penetrate his eyes, and it would even penetrate his brain. Moreover, this was calculated based on the fact that he was only at the peak of nascent soul. If he was really at the peak of nascent soul, he would definitely die, and the battle would end in an instant. No, not only nascent soul, but even spirit control cultivators would not be able to escape the fate of losing their lives. This move was really too dangerous, too cunning. Among 100 hammer control cultivators, at least 90 of them would use a bold and powerful style of fighting. As for the remaining 10, of course, they would be even bolder, attacking with all their might. For someone like Xiaoduo, who was able to use hidden weapons and execute such a precise and insidious fighting style, it was more than 1 in 100, 1 in 1,000. It was simply 1 in 10,000, 1 in a million, 1 in a million. This old man used what I thought was at the peak of the Origin Core realm to fight with him, but I was actually suppressed. No wonder Bing Ming suffered a loss in the hands of this kid. All the way to nascent soul, middle nascent soul, and finally peak nascent soul. I was actually almost killed. The shock in this person's heart was already overwhelming. This is what I thought was at the peak of nascent soul. Why isn't this kid my biological son? First, he used a sword. Then, he used a hammer. When he used a hammer, he hid the Flaming Sun Scripture. When he revealed the Flaming Sun Scripture, he revealed a meteor hammer. Then, he revealed a hidden weapon. If it was someone else, they would have been killed long ago. Not only was the tall and strong figure shocked, Xiaoduo was even more frightened, and his entire body turned cold. The hidden weapon that he had been preparing for a long time, and he had always thought of as his final trump card, was actually sent flying by this kid with a spit. A spit. Two of his most powerful hidden weapons, the Heavenly Witchcraft Copper All Needles, were sent flying. What level of strength was this kid at? The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. The difference was like heaven and earth. His body spun again, and the 99 kitty hammer was still powerful and heavy. Zhuoxiaoduo's eyes narrowed. I admit that I can't beat you. But even if I can't beat you, I will fight until the last moment, so that my parents can go further away. The 99 kitty hammer spun again. Its power did not decrease. More than 10,000 collisions, the tall and strong figure was already inexplicably shocked. This kid actually still has strength. He believed that no one in the world knew better than him what kind of strength was needed to support this kind of hammer technique. According to common sense, this kid should have no strength after a few hundred collisions. If he forced himself to continue, his arm would only be damaged because it was unable to bear the load. It might even lead to irreparable damage, because this kind of shock was the most difficult to treat for the human body's muscles and veins. But this kid in front of him had collided with him more than 10,000 times, and he was actually fine. How'd he do it? Chapter 755. Even a muscular figure could not understand what was going on, not to mention the origin core realm. Even a cloud transformation realm or god-reigning realm cultivator might not be able to achieve such a feat. On the other side, Zhuoxiaoduo suddenly let out a hysterical roar. The muscular figure could clearly hear the desperation in Zhuoxiaoduo's roar. He could not help but be shocked. This is bad. I've forced this brat too much. What is this brat trying to do? Zhuoxiaoduo continued to spin and swing his hammer. He was using one of the trump cards of the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer, the world-shattering hammer. At this moment, the muscular figure was no longer just shocked. He was completely shocked. How could he use this move now? It was a move that utilized all of his strength. All of the strength here, including the strength of his soul, origin energy, mental energy, and life force, were all concentrated in this move. If one's cultivation was not at the sky realm, the result of using this move could only be described in one word: death. Whether or not he could kill his opponent, he would definitely die. He had to die. It was an extreme move that would harm himself before injuring the enemy. It was a move that would definitely kill him. Fuck, this little bastard is going to fight me to the death. No, he's going to fight me to the death. He doesn't care about the other consequences. I can't continue fighting. If this continues, this brat will play himself to death before I even do anything. The muscular figure retreated with a whoosh. He retreated dozens of meters, and his entire body disappeared into the fog. His retreat was so fast that it felt like he was tearing space apart. Zhuoxiaoduo actually has such a son. Very good. Truly amazing. You're still very young and inexperienced. You're not my opponent at all. I'll remember this grudge for now. When your cultivation reaches a certain level, I'll come and find you again. It's rare for someone like me to be able to use hammers so well. It's a pity to kill you. For the sake of the genius of the generation, I'll let your father go this time. Zhuoxiaoduo snorted. With the hammers in his hands, his aura surged. Let's fight again. In the fog, the muscular figure asked, what's the name of this pair of hammers? Could it be called the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer as well? He probably wouldn't dare. He would probably avoid it. However, to be able to train the hammer to such a level, it was already enough for him to have a bold and powerful name. Zhuoxiaoduo swung the sledgehammer in an awe-inspiring manner. This hammer is called the 99 Cat Hammer. 99 Cat Hammer. On the other side, the majestic figure suddenly swayed, as if he had been smashed on the head by a cat hammer. For a moment, he was seeing stars. Fuck, I beat you up like a toy, but in the end, I was defeated by your name. Good name. The majestic figure gritted his teeth. She felt her chest tighten, the kind of chest tightness that made him want to kill someone. His thoughts weren't so clear for a moment. Damn it. If I don't leave now, I'm afraid I'll die of anger here. See you in the Jianghu. A mumbling voice followed behind, as if he was cursing something. His mouth was foul. Zhuoxiaoduo watched as the other party's body drifted further and further away until it disappeared into thin air. This terrifying enemy had mysteriously disappeared into the thick fog. When the other party had disappeared, Zhuoxiaoduo roared, "Don't run. I can still fight for another 3,000 rounds. However, he immediately retracted the sledgehammer and continuously spun for another 100 or 200 rounds before he finally withdrew all the strength that he had exerted to the limit. He still felt that all the meridians in his body were about to burst, and he didn't have the least bit of strength left in his body. He slumped to the ground like mud that had been poured with boiling water. For a moment, he was sweating profusely, and his body was as soft as noodles that had just been put into a pot. His heart was still in shock. After panting for a while, he still couldn't get up with his own strength. Just now, he had overdrawn too much. He couldn't hold the sledgehammer anymore. Sitting on the ground, he felt the cool feeling of his butt touching the cement floor. He couldn't help but feel relieved. I'm still in the city. I just don't know what kind of formation this is. The ground is too cold. I don't know if I'll have diarrhea if I sit for too long. Even though he didn't have the least bit of strength left, it didn't stop Xiaoduo from letting his imagination run wild. After a long while, he was sure that the enemy was really gone. Then he spat. Idiot! You actually gave the enemy a chance to grow. You're definitely an idiot. The last person who did this is now so lush that you can't even find the grave mound. Just based on the cultivation that you showed tonight. Humph! I can smash you to death with my sledgehammer in less than a year. Cherishing a genius. Ha ha ha. A genius like me is someone that you can cherish? Idiot. The next time we meet, I'll smash you with my sledgehammer. After a long time, a certain genius finally felt that his strength had recovered a little. Only then did he put the 9x9 cat hammer into his ring. He staggered out of the room. Zhuochanglu and his wife were leaning against a lamppost by the roadside, waiting leisurely in the midst of chaos. After a while, a tall and strong figure appeared. The smile on his face, the happiness, the gratification that came from the bottom of his heart, and the excitement of suddenly picking up a treasure couldn't be concealed and couldn't be concealed. Even from a distance, one could feel the joy on this person's body. With an extremely majestic figure, messy hair, and a height of 5 meters, it was the invincible Flood Witch. Zhuochanglu and his wife dared to bet. In their lives, ever since they met the Flood Witch, they had never seen this guy so happy. Well, no, it should be that they had never seen this guy smile before. But now, this guy was so happy that he looked like a 200-pound idiot. His mouth was so wide that it almost reached the back of his ears. Ha ha ha! The Flood Witch had just appeared, and she had already let out a long and happy laugh. Her heart was full of joy, almost overflowing. Not bad, really not bad. The Flood Witch strode in front of Zhuochanglu. Her eyes narrowed as she smiled. Unexpectedly, she reached out and patted Zhuochanglu's shoulder. She spoke in an unprecedentedly affectionate tone, as if she was about to laugh out loud. Not bad, not bad. Our son is not bad. Not bad, not bad, I really want him. Zhuochanglu and Wu Yuting were stunned. Was this really the Flood? The invincible Flood? Wasn't this too unnatural? The Flood Witch laughed heartily and breathed heavily. Not bad. For so many years, I have never found a successor who could barely meet my expectations. I didn't expect that today you would send me a perfect successor beyond my imagination. Old Zhua, you old man, you really know how to give birth to a son. The Flood Witch laughed and gave a thumbs up. Not bad. Today, we finally acknowledge this son of ours. Wu Yuting was speechless. Only he's not bad, Wu Yuting said angrily. Let him give birth to his son himself. Let's see if he can give birth to his son. The Flood Witch stopped talking. She scratched her head, coughed, and said, Sister-in-law, this matter. It must be your contribution. Sister-in-law, you're not bad. Our son is not bad. The couple looked at the sky, speechlessly. If Zhuochanglu and Wu Yuting hadn't known about the Great Witch's character, they would have known that the Great Witch wouldn't have used such a method of verbal advantage. Otherwise, they would have fallen out with each other on the spot. This guy who has been fighting with us for so many years can't be such a fool, right? It is said that since ancient times, fools can only produce masters. It seems that this sentence is also reasonable. Zhuochanglu coughed and said, That hammer Is it okay? Is more than okay. The flood which gave a thumbs up. When I was his age and in this realm, I didn't even have 30% of his combat power. He thought for a while and said, at most, it is about 20%. And in terms of endurance, it is less than 20%. He sighed, without my personal guidance, you still have to hide and act like a rat in front of your own son. It's just that our son has groped by himself. To be able to cultivate to such a level, it's really a surprise beyond our greatest expectations. The flood which sighed, I'm very gratified to have a son like this. Wuyuting snorted and finally couldn't help retorting, stop right there. Don't keep saying our son. That's my son. You're just his godfather. Also, in terms of position, we are still enemies. Why are you so gratified? The flood which said lightly, so what if we are enemies? Even if I die in the hands of our son in the future, he is still my godson and my successor. Is there anything wrong with this? So Changlu snorted and said, bah, you are dreaming. You actually want to die in the hands of your godson. Aren't you afraid that his luck will backfire? The flood which laughed and didn't feel offended at all. Instead, she was even happier. This was certain. If the flood which wanted to die, he could die in anyone's hands, but he could not die in Zhua Xiaodua's hands. Okay. This trip is not in vain. I will go back now. You should also quickly deploy on your side. In the future, the Sun-Moon Pass will be the flesh and blood grinder of our two families. If you don't deploy well, we won't get much improvement on our side. The flood which threw out a jade pendant. This is my experience of hammering. It is all in there. I have erased all traces of my identity that you gave to our son. Thank you, Brother Hong, is what Changlu said solemnly. Wasn't this the reason why he put in so much effort to set up this game? It is nothing. The flood which waved her hand and said freely, our son is good, so he is worth cultivating. Cultivate him with the greatest effort. He sighed inexplicably in his heart and said, after I went back this time, I understood the matter of taking in a godson. At that time, I was very angry. I don't need to hide this part. This matter, it was clearly you, old cunning bastard, who tricked me. But now I'm very gratified, really gratified. The flood which looked at Zhua, Changlu solemnly. Although at that time, you set me up and schemed against me. But in the long run, you might be the one who helped me the most. Chapter 756. So, let's leave the matter of right and wrong for another day. The flood which laughed and strode away. I'm going back to the Starry Mountains. If possible, find a way to let our son enter the Crown Prince's Academy. This is a good opportunity for him. Wait. So Changlu hurriedly stopped her. I still have something to ask you. You want to leave? Is it that easy? You haven't done anything yet. It's not easy to get a long-term job. How can I let you leave just like that? What's the matter? Flood stopped and frowned. Our son has the Goblet of Annihilation Space Tower. I want you to transform the Goblet of Annihilation Space Tower into a treasure that can recognize its owner, so Changlu said. Wu Yuding covered her mouth and laughed. You're the godfather. It's not right for you to not do anything. Today, you could do a long-term job. As for who to find to do this, the couple could be said to have racked their brains. Since the Goblet of Annihilation Space Tower was not unique, no matter who they found, it would be dangerous. They wanted to find Yu Xingchen, but Yu Xingchen's son, Yu Dongtian, also had a Goblet of Annihilation Space Tower. If they insisted on getting to the bottom of it, they would expose all their son's trump cards. The flood, which was the most suitable candidate. They were enemies and the biggest enemies. But this guy was Zhua Xiaodua's godfather. Most importantly, the flood, which was a person of her word. She was very trustworthy. When it came to doing things, she was the person that Zhua Changlu and his wife could trust the most. The couple was speechless about this result. The most trustworthy person was actually his greatest enemy. This was something that had never happened before. The flood witch's eyes lit up. Is there such a thing? The Goblet of Annihilation Space Tower can recognize its owner? If you weren't the only one who could do this, I wouldn't tell you. Zhua Changlu was speechless. It's great that he has such a treasure with him. I'll just hide and wait. The flood, which was very straightforward. She immediately hid her figure, and after a wave of mental energy, the thick fog quickly disappeared, but on the left, Xiaoyan ran out, sweating profusely. Dad, Mother, where are you? On the right. Xiaoduo stumbled out. Dad, Mom. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding looked at each other and felt a warm feeling in their hearts. A filial son and a filial daughter, two geniuses. At this point in life, what more could he ask for? We're fine, Zhuo Changlu said loudly. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan rushed over when they heard the commotion. They were only relieved when they saw that their parents were safe and sound. Both of their faces were pale, almost devoid of color. This battle was extremely thrilling and difficult for Zhuo Xiaoduo, and for Zhuo Xiaoyan, it was also extremely dangerous. They were no match for the opponent at all. Even if they used all their trump cards and risked their lives, they were still no match for the opponent. This was the first time that Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan felt so powerless since they started practicing martial arts. In the past, they could still feel the gap between them, but this time, they couldn't even tell where the opponent's limit was. It's good that you're fine. So Xiaoduo bent over and held his knees with both hands, gasping for breath. Fortunately, I beat that guy away. That guy is really strong, but he's a little stupid. Like a fool, he actually let his enemy grow. The Flood Witch, who was hiding in the dark, frowned. She really wanted to jump out and hit him with a hammer. Zhuo Changlu coughed and said, He's an old friend of mine. Even if he's an enemy and we're on opposite sides, he's still an elder after all. You can fight and kill, but you can't be rude. Yes, Dad. Zhuo Changlu supported Zhuo Xiaoduo, and Wu Yuding supported Zhuo Xiaoyan. After walking for dozens of meters, they slowly recovered some strength. Zhuo Changlu seemed to suddenly remember something and said, By the way, Xiaoduo, where's your Tower of Annihilation? Let me see if I can hide in it if anything happens in the future. So Xiaoduo took out the Tower of Annihilation from the space ring and said, It's here. Take a look. Zhuo Changlu put it in his pocket and said with a smile, I'm too careless. You just went through a big battle and are exhausted. How can you care about this? Go back and rest. I'll take a look when I get back. On the void, the Flood Witch got Zhuo Xiaoduo's Tower of Annihilation. She looked at it for a moment and felt its texture. Then, she began to modify it. A strong force of origin suddenly diffused. Boss, what are you doing? The Fire Witch was shocked. Nothing. The Great Flood Witch carefully modified it, then waved his hand and threw it into the pocket of Zhuo Changlu, who was already miles away from him. It was silent. Moreover, a gentle force supported Zhuo Zhanglu as he walked for a dozen steps. Only then did Zhuo Zhanglu's pocket drop heavily. Zhuo Changlu didn't look back. He put his hands behind his back and waved gently. Then he went with his family. From beginning to end, the Flood Witch didn't even open it to take a look except for the modification. Let's go back to the Starry Mountains. Okay, on the way, the Great Fire Shaman praised, Boss, your goddaughter is really amazing. She's only at the Cloud Transformation Realm, but I've already used the power of the peak of the Return Profound Realm to suppress her. I even almost couldn't control the situation and failed miserably. The Flood Witch frowned. Really? But there was a hint of joy in her eyes. The Great Wizard of Fire walked for a while and finally said, Boss, I have to say something. Although these two are your adopted son and daughter, but the growth of these two little guys is too fast. Once they grow up, they will definitely be a strong enemy of our Wizard Alliance. A big problem. The Flood walked with his hands behind his back. He was carefree and didn't say anything. The Fire Witch said, Last time, Bing Ming lost the Ice Spirit. We thought it would be okay to give it to Zhuo Xiaoduo, but we didn't expect that Zhuo Xiaoduo had a daughter whose ice property is not inferior to Bing Ming's. And it seems that she is stronger than Bing Ming, because she obviously hasn't absorbed the Ice Spirit. I can feel it, Yi Zichen said. That's too scary. We made a mistake. If we knew earlier, we wouldn't have given it to them. The Fire Witch felt a little depressed. Boss, these two grew up together, one yin and one yang. They are both at the peak, and they are engaged. Once they reach the Sky-Soar realm, the convergence of yin and yang, they will become a strong enemy almost immediately, with their innate ability to fight above their level. Once they reach that realm, with the help of the Ice Soul, the Flaming Sun Scripture, and the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer, the two of them working together would be able to suppress our secret shaman experts. Boss, this is a little scary. The Flood Witch still didn't say anything. The Fire Witch cautiously looked at the Flood Witch's face and said softly, "In the future, even existences like us might lose our lives in their hands. The potential of this young man and woman is really terrifying." The Flood Witch walked with her hands behind her back. "You mean they have the potential to reach the level of Zhu Wu, or the level of the Demon Emperor?" The Fire Witch was silent for a moment. In his heart, he carefully measured Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan again. He compared them with the 11 brothers one by one in his heart. Finally, he compared them with the Flood Witch when she was young. After half an hour, he finally said with certainty, "Yes, I think they are." The Flood Witch smiled faintly and said, "Fire, you think too much." The Fire Witch said, "It's not too much, but it's very likely." The Flood Witch walked with her hands behind her back and said, "There's an old saying in the human race. Talented people come out of every generation, and they will lead the world for tens of thousands of years. In the past, if His Majesty the Demon Emperor didn't have magnanimity, there would be no Zhu Wu in the future. And if the witches and demons didn't have magnanimity, there would be no Dao League or demon race. In our era, if the predecessors didn't have magnanimity, there would be no opportunity for us to rise. And if we didn't have magnanimity, there would be no rise of the Sky Patrol and the Star Plucker. Maybe you don't understand, but you have to see that with the return of the Demon Alliance, the Umno Alliance and the human race will cooperate with each other for survival. And the magnanimity in the past gave the Sky Patrol and the Star Plucker the opportunity to rise. But it also provided us with help. It's because of the rise of these people that the human race's current combat power doesn't fall behind the Umno Alliance infinitely. The number of human experts who rose in these years is much more than the Wu people and the Dao League. Now, there are geniuses like Zhuo Xiaoduo who can suppress the world in the future. Of course, they may be our enemies, but they may also be our help. In this world, there are no eternal enemies. There will be no eternal enemies. Even if we in the demon race are eternal enemies, it's not necessarily true. The Flood said, "The so-called enemy depends on how far your vision can see. If you can see further, you will cherish these enemies because these people are the best whetstones on our path forward. Cultivating alone in a secret room for 100 years is not as good as walking and fighting in the martial world for 10 years. And when you reach a certain level of cultivation, cultivating in seclusion alone for 100,000 years is not as good as fighting at the same level. This is vision. In the eyes of the higher-ups, what they see is never revenge, but the future. The stars are chess pieces, and the sky is the board. Only those who can play chess with the chess pieces are awesome. Even if we can't play chess with the chess pieces, as chess pieces, we can also kill our own world. If we are chess pieces, then our final goal is to jump out of the chessboard." The Flood Witch's voice was very slow. "Exterminate the astral souls? Unify the continent? What is that? What is that? It's just a game. Lihua, you guys have to improve your realm, especially the realm of vision. If your vision can't reach it, your state of mind will never reach it. If your state of mind can't reach it, your achievements will never reach it. Then you can only struggle in the mortal world. You can't stand at the highest point and watch the mortal world turn upside down." The Great Witch of Fire listened carefully and seriously. Every word was deeply engraved in his heart. He only felt that his soul was being shaken again and again. It turned out that the boss had already seen so far. We are too far behind. The Flood Witch rarely spoke so much. Even as one of the 12 great witches, the Fire Witch and the others rarely saw the Flood Witch talk endlessly. And today, the Flood Witch was obviously in an extremely good mood. This was a rare moment in thousands of years. Therefore, the Fire Witch cherished it very much. These words pointed straight to the great Tao. Chapter 757. The Flood Witch's words were like the opening of a new world for the Inferno Witch. After you go back, you can pass on these words to the other brothers. The Flood Witch gave a rare smile. Although we brothers may not be able to walk side by side to the end, but to be able to walk a bit more, to be able to travel a bit more, to have a few more possibilities is also quite good. Yes, boss. Thank you, boss. The Inferno, which was sincerely convinced. As for things like killing geniuses, of course you can do it, but those who can be killed are all ordinary geniuses. And the real geniuses who can dominate a generation. Hee. The Flood Witch smiled faintly. And the geniuses who could dominate a generation like Zhuo and Zhuo. The Flood Witch smiled and said, "Why don't you try killing them? Not to mention that there are so many people who won't let you do it, I can be sure of that. Even if you personally kill them when they are weak, they may not die. If they don't die, there will definitely be relatives who will die for them. Once this kind of thing happens from then on, it will be a real blood feud that will not end until death." When I came back, I also heard about the matter of Zhuo Xianyan's Phoenix Pulse Spirit. Did it succeed? The Flood Witch laughed mockingly. It is said that at that time, Dan Kong was so anxious that he was on fire. It is simply ridiculous. On the surface, it seems that a group of low-level cultivators in the Phoenix Pulse Spirit is in imminent danger. However, there's a person surnamed Zhuo over there who is transformed into a mortal with complete memories. Their daughter can't be protected? Do you know how many backup plans that person surnamed Zhuo has arranged? A cloud transformation realm cultivator can protect the Phoenix Pulse Spirit and fight so fiercely. Any random spirit regaining Mysterious can guarantee that there will be no mistakes. And how many spirit regaining Mysterious can that person surnamed Zhuo mobilize? They just want their daughter to experience all of this for real, and also to see if their daughter has the kind of heavenly luck to break through by herself. If she can break through by herself, then her future will be limitless and heavenly luck. But when their daughter can't break through by herself, will they really watch their daughter die? The Flood Witch snorted and scolded. You guys were so stupid. The Raging Fire Witch stamped his feet and complained. How do we know that you and the one surnamed Zhuo are in that small town? The one with the surname Zhuo has his memories, but you don't. You won't be able to send any news back. You'll be played like a fool. Zhuo won't tell us anything either. The Flood Witch looked at the Fire Witch. There was a strange look in his eyes. This bastard, is this Ice Nether? Could it be that his personality was contagious? Boss, I was wrong. Lihua lowered his head and admitted his mistake. The Flood Witch looked him up and down 7 or 8 times. She really wasn't angry. Or perhaps the strange feeling overpowered the feeling of anger. Could it be that this brother-in-law and little brother-in-law had switched bodies? Forget it. I'm in a good mood today. At that time, I might as well have done them a favor. Now, the situation is that Zhuo Xianyan's Phoenix Pulse Spirit has succeeded, and Sha Palang is destined to be destroyed, because they have offended the owner of the Phoenix Vein. If they can't kill the owner of the Phoenix Vein, they will definitely suffer from the backlash. The Flood Witch smiled faintly. This kind of genius who can suppress the world is just like the Destiny in the legend. He has his own team. And when this kind of person grows, his team will also grow with him. Once he grows up, he will be a behemoth who can suppress the world. This sense of destiny is based on the legend of the Water Margin's 100 Devil Stars, the team of the founding emperors of the past dynasties. I'm not making it up. And this is the luck of the heavens. The Flood Witch looked at the Raging Fire Witch with deep eyes. Do you understand? I understand. The Raging Fire Witch took a deep breath, cold sweat dripping down. He could hear the unprecedented chill in his boss's voice. Even when they returned to the villa, Zhuo and Zhuo Xianyan still had lingering fears. Although they were extraordinarily talented, endowed by nature, and had far more life experience than their peers, their real-age experience was only slightly better than their peers. When encountering this kind of event that was beyond their control, they might not be able to deal with it well. Just like the current situation, they would also be scared and fearful. After the event, they would still be scared and would wake up from their dreams in the middle of the night. Since the other party has left, they won't come back. There are also people of high status. If they don't succeed in the first attack, they won't pester us anymore. Zhuo Changlu comforted, basically it's all right. After experiencing today's incident, you too should understand that there is always someone better than you. Seize the time to improve your cultivation. Well, Xiao Duo, my friend is coming soon. In half an hour, come to me and take back the Tower of Annihilation. You just need to drip your blood on it, and it's done. Okay. At this time, Zhuo Xiaoduo really felt that his whole body was hollowed out. The battle just now had not only exhausted him mentally, but also physically. He had almost overdrawn himself to the limit. Right now, he really needed to rest urgently. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never felt so tired. Thank you, Dad. I'll go back to my room to rest. Zhuo Xiaoduo turned around and hugged Zhuo Xiaoyan's waist. He said bitterly, Sister Nian Nian, come and look at my lower back. I was hit by the other party during the battle just now. I think my bones are broken. It was a fierce battle. Although I heard a crack, I couldn't care less about it. I could only focus on fighting for my life. Now that I've relaxed, why does it hurt so much? It hurts so much. Zhuo Xiaoyan was shocked. Why didn't you say so earlier? Don't move. I'll take you to treat your injuries now. Without another word, she carried Zhuo Xiaoduo in a princess carry. She used her vital energy to completely protect Zhuo Xiaoduo's waist and abdomen. Then, she left in a hurry. Zhuo Xiaoduo groaned in Zhuo Xiaoyan's arms. His face, which was hidden in her arms, was carried away comfortably. Behind them, Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding were speechless. Wu Yuding complained helplessly. Did you see the trick your son used? It's exactly the same trick you used to trick me back then. You didn't secretly teach him that, did you? Zhuo Changlu was also speechless. Can you not associate everything with me? Why don't you talk about Nian Er's princess carry? Isn't it exactly the same as yours back then? Haha. Anyway, like father, like son. Neither father nor son is good. The two of us are destined to be eaten by the two of you. Wu Yuding's face was full of disdain. She turned and entered the bedroom. Zhuo Changlu followed her in. Why is it only the two of us are bad? Do you think I'm the only one who gave birth to this? Could it not be that like mother, like son? Your double standards are too obvious. You get all the good things. Zhuo, you're very arrogant today. The door slammed shut with a bang. They came to Zhuo Xiaoduo's bedroom. Zhuo Xiaoyan's face was full of anxiety. He gently put Zhuo Xiaoduo down. Where are you hurt? Quickly let me see. Zhuo Xiaoduo twisted his waist in pain. Why did you hug me just now? When you hugged me just now, I think I hurt myself. Now it hurts even more. Zhuo Xiaoyan was getting more and more anxious. He said, why didn't you say so earlier? You could have said so earlier. Hurry up and show it to me. Zhuo Xiaoduo casually waved his hand and hugged Zhuo Xiaoyan's slender waist. His whole body was almost hanging on Zhuo Xiaoyan's body. He moved step by step to the bed and said in a painful voice, it hurts, it hurts. Zhuo Xiaoyan held him carefully. Don't move if it hurts. Let me see. Let me see. Unknowingly, they were at the bedside. So Xiaoduo hugged Zhuo Xiaoyan's waist and said softly, Nian Nian cat. Zhuo Xiaoyan was stunned. Question mark. As soon as she raised her head, her lips were covered, and she felt her body sway. She was pressed down on the bed by Zhuo Xiaoduo. Bad, bad, dog, duh, duh. At this time, Zhuo Xiaoyan knew that she had fallen into a trap, but she didn't have any intention to resist. Xiaoduo said that it was normal for fiancés to kiss and hug as long as they didn't do the last step. I looked it up on the internet. It's normal for couples to do this. As long as they don't do the last step, it's really okay. After a long time, Zhuo Xiaoyan blushed and pushed him away. Why aren't you getting the Annihilation Tower? You need to hurry up and cultivate. You're not strong enough now. Haven't you tasted the feeling of losing control? Zhuo Xiaoduo was not satisfied. He begged, there's no rush. It's right to strike a balance between work and rest. Let me touch you again. No. Just one more time. No. Zhuo Xiaoyan gathered her energy and floated away. She covered her chest and blushed. Don't force me. I'll give it to you sooner or later. But not now. Zhuo pouted and said coquettishly, Sister Yin Yin. Zhuo couldn't bear to see him like this. Her heart softened instinctively. She controlled herself and flew away from the window. There's no rush for love. Think about the strong enemy tonight. If we don't become strong as soon as possible, how can we protect mom and dad? How can we protect each other? Zhuo couldn't help but sigh. All right. He got up and went to his parents' room to get the Annihilation Tower. Zhuo sighed again and again. He took out the cat's spirit sword and pricked his finger gently. It was not much bigger than a mosquito bite, but blood was already flowing out. It's still a little painful to do it myself. Zhuo sighed and dripped his blood on the Annihilation Tower. Who said that it won't hurt when you become a master? That guy should be spanked. Drops of blood were squeezed out by him. Zhuo had returned at some point and was watching curiously. She watched as the blood dripped onto the Tower of Annihilation and was immediately absorbed. As the drops of blood dripped down, they were absorbed one by one, leaving no trace behind. Zhuo couldn't help but feel a little regretful. He had been too gentle just now, and the wound was too small. Now, that's what Xiaoyan was beside him. If he had been so careful, the first thing he felt was embarrassment. So he said, Yin Yin cat, come and help me prick it. Xiaoyan took out a small dagger and pricked the original wound again. Finally, there was more blood. From start to finish, half a teacup's worth of blood had dripped onto the tower. However, the Annihilation Tower was still not done absorbing. It absorbed as much blood as it came. It was like a bottomless pit. Chapter 758. Both of them panicked. Why did it take so much blood to bind the pagoda to him? At Zhuo's level of cultivation, his body's regenerative ability was too strong. He had already cut himself 7 or 8 times. How could it not be enough? Zhuo grimaced. This was real pain. It was a completely different kind of pain compared to when the thorny road compressed his vital essence. Finally, the pagoda of emptiness suddenly emitted a faint red light. Zhuo was overjoyed. He slapped himself hard on the hand again. His face twisted as he screamed. Blood gushed out again like a small stream, flowing into the pagoda of emptiness. In an instant, the red light became even more intense. After a long while, the red light suddenly intensified. The entire pagoda of emptiness spun in the void and turned into a ray of red light. It quietly flew to Zhuo's right wrist and merged into it. How magical! Zhuo grabbed Zhuo's right hand and looked at it carefully. She saw a tattoo of a small pagoda on his wrist. She could not help but click her tongue in amazement. Zhuo's mind moved and a space suddenly appeared in front of them. The way to enter was different from before. Zhuo instinctively held Zhuo's hand and walked in. It was easy for both of them to enter, but when Zhuo wanted to come out, she found that she could not. After several attempts, both of them found that only when Zhuo agreed to let Zhuo out could Zhuo go out. Once she went out, she could not enter by herself. All of this showed that the pagoda of emptiness had become Zhuo's possession. No one else could get a share of it. That's great. Zhuo looked envious. When I have the chance, I'll get you one too. Zhuo laughed. Why do we need so many? This one is enough for both of us. Zhuo said, let's start practicing. All right. One night in the outside world was almost 13 days in the Tower of Annihilation. Zhuo had absorbed all the dragon blood flying daggers in one round of cultivation. Even the jade of top-grade astral souls had been consumed a lot. In the end, half of the cultivation room that was built with high-grade star soul jade collapsed with a crash. With the sudden turn of events, the two of them could not help but escape in a sorry state. Looking at the other party's dusty face, they found it amusing. They looked at each other and smiled. How is it? 21 suppression. Zhuo took a deep breath. He should be reaching his limits soon. Can we use the 9 Heaven Spirit Spring now? I should be able to wait for a few more rounds. I think the limit should be 29 or 30 times. Zhuo calculated in his mind. All right, I still have to wait for a long time. I have just reached the peak of transformation cloud and have yet to start my first compression. It's okay, it's okay. Take it slow. With the help of the space-destroying pagoda, we have plenty of time. Oh, woo. A childish roar suddenly sounded. Zwishaoduo turned to look at the source of the sound. They saw two mini tigers on the ground of the space-destroying pagoda. As far as the eye could see, they were covered in fluffy yellow fur. They looked very cute. One of them had a little black fur on its ear. Wow, you guys are out. Zwishaoduo was delighted. This pair of mini tigers was the pair of saber-winged tigers. The saber-winged tigers that originally weighed thousands of pounds were now only 4 or 5 pounds at most. They looked very cute. At this moment, the tiger couple was looking at Zwishaoduo with fear in their eyes. What happened? Why did we suddenly become small? The two sword-winged tigers were panic-stricken and inexplicably terrified. What happened? Didn't we just eat that strange thing that attracted tigers? Then suddenly, from an adult man and woman, and the kind of adult man and woman with a group of children, we turned into two kawais. The male tiger looked at himself and his wife. He had an urge to cry. Now, both of us added together are not even as big as my second brother. What should we do? Moreover, that kind of urge, he couldn't bring it up at all. The greatest joy of a tiger's life was gone just like that. Oh God, oh Earth, I won't be greedy anymore. Don't let me lose the joy of tiger's life. So cute. Zwishaoyan liked it at first sight. Girls all liked small and cute things, especially this kind of tiger that was not even as big as a kitten. It was really cute, the kind that had no resistance at all. Oh, whoa. The male tiger was furious. Compared to her husband, the tigress was calmer. Especially after seeing Zwishaoduo, she felt more relieved. There was a good person here. That was equivalent to nothing. Zwishaoduo and Zwishaoyan each held a tiger cub that looked like a cat and walked out of the space of the Tower of Annihilation side by side. They went to Zwichonglu's room immediately. Dad, the tiger cub hatched. Zwishaoduo reported happily. Zwichonglu and his wife were speechless. How did your tiger cub hatch? Not bad. Zwichonglu looked at the two saber-winged tigers in front of him. The sharp sword-like wings that they were born with had disappeared. Now they were just two cute little kittens that were acting cute. They have completely shed the blood of ordinary tigers. Their future is promising. Zhonglu nodded and said, "You two can choose one each. First, you can establish a spirit beast contract. When your mother and I leave, we will take these two little things with us. Then, we will help you train them carefully." I want the tigress. Zwishaoduo raised his hand. No. Zwishaoyan stared at him with her beautiful eyes. What do you mean? I want the tigress. Zwishaoduo changed his mind immediately and followed the good advice. Being a coward is a kind of attitude. Being a coward is a kind of wisdom. Being a coward is a kind of retreat in order to advance. Yes, it was like this. Wu Yuding was speechless for a while. Therefore, it was decided that the tigress would belong to Zwishaoyan and the tigress would belong to Zwishaoduo. Zwishaoduo directly took out a knife and drew a contract on the foreheads of the two tigers, ignoring the objection of the two little tigers. As a top student who had repeated 5 years, Zwishaoduo knew the basics very well. Two illusory lights and shadows appeared as expected. Zwishaoduo and Zwishaoyan both cut their fingers and squeezed a drop of blood into the center of the light circle. In an instant, the light circle shrank abruptly. More than half of it entered the bodies of the little tigers, and the other half entered the bodies of Zwishaoduo and Zwishaoyan. The moment the light circle disappeared, the two of them seemed to have sensed something. It was as if they had some kind of connection with the tigers in front of them. They seemed to have a clear feeling that they only needed to give orders with their minds, and their tigers would obey them. The tigress whimpered and looked at Zwishaoduo with its teeth bared. Obviously, it was not reconciled and was not convinced. Its heart was not convinced, and its mouth was not convinced. The tigress, on the other hand, was much more obedient. At this moment, she was already acting cute in Zwishaoyan's arms. She was very discerning. Zwishaoyan felt a great sense of accomplishment. Damn, why is your tiger so disobedient? Disobedient? That's easy. Zhuo kicked the male tiger 7 to 8 meters away and hit the wall with a duong sound. Are you obedient? The tigress whimpered. No matter what, I used to be the king of tigers. How can I be intimidated by you? I'll let you know that I'm unyielding. Oh, whoa. So Xiaoduo kicked again and again and again to like kicking a rubber ball. He kicked the tigress until it rolled all over the ground. But the tigress was really unyielding. You took advantage of my weakness to sign a contract. What kind of ability is that? So Xiaoduo snorted, took out the civet sword, and picked up the tigress. Since you don't listen to me no matter how I teach you, it's useless to feed you. Anyway, one of Sister Nian is enough. I don't need such an eyesore. Let's kill it and eat its meat. After saying that, he mercilessly stabbed the male tiger's neck with his sword. Blood spurted out from the wound. This sword strike was extremely sudden. None of the people present had thought that it would happen. Awoo, awoo, awoo. The tigress struggled desperately. Awoo, it surrendered. This guy really wants to kill me. This killing intent is real. This guy has already entered my flesh. If I don't submit, I'm finished. It surrendered. Zhuo Changlu said, no need to kill it. Zhuo Xiaoduo snorted and pointed his finger at the male tiger's head, causing it to tilt backwards. You lowly wretch. Don't you think you're a bastard? Can't you cooperate with us nicely? Must you beat it half to death? The tigress squatted on the ground and whimpered. I don't want to. I just want to get some benefits. When you humans sign contracts with spirit beasts, which one of you doesn't try to appease them? How can you be so barbaric? You actually want to kill it and cook it. The tigress didn't feel wrong. So Xiaoduo didn't have any feelings for it, nor was he interested in it. It was only because Father Zhuo had asked him to raise a spiritual pet to assist him in battle that he had taken in the male tiger. In his heart, it would have been better for him to just slaughter it and eat its meat. To put it bluntly, if the tigress had been 2 seconds late, it would have become a meal on the plate. Xiaoduo ate meat. No matter if it was hungry or not, it could be killed. Okay, go to school. Wu Yuting said, your school has issued notice. All students must be at school today. There's an important announcement. You can't be late. Okay. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at Zhuo Xiaoyan. Sister Nian, what about you? Zhuo Xiaoyan said without hesitation, I'll enter the Tower of Destruction to continue my cultivation. Zhuo Xiaoduo was so happy that his eyes narrowed. Doesn't that mean I can bring you along with me? I can go in and harass you whenever I want? Okay. Wu Yuting saw that Zhuo Xiaoduo was beaming with joy. She pursed her lips and said, the Tower of Destruction recognizes a spirit as its master. It's not that extreme. You can give her special permission. Anyway, you don't need it in school. Why do you still want to take it with you? You can give your sister the permission to go in and out freely. Then you can put the Tower of Destruction at home. It'll be convenient for both of you. If something happens to your sister, she won't have to contact you. It won't delay her business. Zhuo Xiaoyan's eyes lit up. Can we do that? I asked him last night, and he said no. Chapter 759. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at Wu Yuting with an aggrieved expression. Mom, you are really my real mom, and you are also Sister Nian's real mom. The two mothers each had their own meaning, and it went without saying, what's the point of practicing if I let you two continue to be lovey-dovey? Wu Yuting said unhappily, don't waste time. Your priority now is to go to class. It doesn't make a difference whether you bring the Annihilation Tower or not. No, you will be distracted if you bring the Annihilation Tower. You should let Sister Nian practice at home. For one day of your class, she can cultivate wholeheartedly in there for 20 days. How could you relate such a great fate to the love between a man and a woman? What a waste of such a rare treasure. Wu Yuting sighed. If she and Zhuo Changlu had such a thing when they were young, they would have practiced in it every day. They wouldn't even want to waste a second. How could they care about anything else? This kid didn't cherish it at all. He treated it as a private love room. He only thought about his wife every day. All right. Zhuo Xiaoduo gave Zhuo Xiaoyan permission. He didn't put the two little tigers into the Annihilation Tower. Instead, he gave them to Mr. and Mrs. Zhuo. Zhuo Xiaoyan rolled her eyes at Zhuo Xiaoduo. I will deal with you when you come back. After saying that, he entered the Tower of Annihilation and concentrated on cultivating. Zhou Xiaoduo, who was taught a lesson, hurried to school. As soon as Zhou Xiaoduo left, Zhou Changlu sent a message to the group. Come. In less than 3 minutes. The study on the second floor of the Zhou family's villa was full of people. The ministers and generals were all present. It was like the military of the astral souls had gathered. I order that the entire astral souls will enter a state of special combat readiness. Zhou Changlu's first sentence made everyone's hair stand on end. They couldn't help but sit up straight. Department of Martial Arts, Minister Ding. Yes. From today onwards, all high and beginner martial arts schools and academies across the continent will begin a cruel education. Minister, what is the extent of the so-called cruel education? The most extreme. This is an order. Why are you hesitating? Yes. Give me the Inspect Heavens token. Those who disobey will be killed. Yes. Star Shield Division. Yes. Everyone attack. Search for spies. You know my standards. Yes, the most extreme. I don't care about the number. I only care about one thing. Cleanliness. Yes. Clean. The Department of Security. The Department of Justice. Yes. Here. Cooperate with the Star Shield Division. Also use the law of chaos. Anyone who caused trouble would be dealt with in an extreme manner. Better waste than indulgence. As for those who take advantage of the chaos to harm the civilians, regardless of the severity of their crimes, they will all be sentenced to death. Yes. Ministry of Finance. Yes. Nan Zhengxian, you will be reinstated as the commander of the Southern Army. After the Spring Festival, the Southern Army will take over. Yes. Thank you, Minister. Tell your father that there will be a chance for him to be glorious. Don't worry. Save his life and his glory for when it is of use. Try to live a little longer. Yes. Have you chosen the next Minister of Finance? Yes. How much wealth have you amassed as the Minister of Finance? More than 100 trillion. Not enough. It's not enough to deal with the upcoming war. Tell the new minister that taxes will be increased according to the wartime tax rate. This is a war of survival. If the Ministry of Finance hinders us in the slightest, everyone will commit suicide as an apology. Yes. Duh. Do you hear me? Minister of Taxation? Yes. If you can't collect taxes, there's no need to bring your heads to me. You can all report to hell. Yes. Military. Yes. Special combat readiness. Do you understand? Understood. Issue the Inspect Heavens token. Everyone is conscripting. Yes. Any martial artist above Transformation Cloud, except for those with public office, will be considered a traitor if they don't go to the front lines. Kill without mercy. Yes. How many soldiers are there in the second echelon? 157 billion. How many can be pulled out to fight? 157 billion. Good. If there's one less, I'll take your head. General M.O. guarantees. If you can't complete the military order, bring your head to me and pass it on to the world. Duff. Cabinet. Yes. Demand that the entire nation follow the government order. No objections are allowed. Yes. High-level officials will be silenced if they have objections. If there's a second time, remove them from office and go to jail for investigation. Their punishment will be severe. Their crimes will be increased by 3 levels. Yes. Discipline Inspection Department. Yes. From now on, all powers will be granted. However, those who are corrupt and break the law will be executed immediately. Yes. Spy Department. Yes. Activate all spies. Yes. After a series of orders were given, the entire Astral Soul's upper echelon started to move as if they were on steroids. Everyone knew that something big was about to happen. The Astral Souls has reached a critical moment of life and death. Zhou Changlu said calmly. I hope that everyone will do their jobs to the best of their ability. Don't slack off. Yes, all the bloodline descendants of the major clans will be selected to join the war. All the warriors of the major clans who are above the Transformation Cloud realm will be reorganized into the army. The military formation must be formed within 2 months. Those who disobey will be exterminated. Those who slack off will be punished according to military law. Yes, all the major clans and local forces will be treated the same as the major clans. Those who disobey will be exterminated. There's no room for negotiation. Yes, you Dantion. Yes, you just recruited Hades' palace. Yes, issue an assassination mission to kill all the higher-ups of the Umno Alliance. Give me clear instructions. This is my order. Those who succeed can use their heads to clear their names. Yes, those who disobey, exterminate Hades' palace. Those who disobey, exterminate them. Yes, the order was passed down. Next is another important matter. It's related to the training in the Starlight Mountain Range. Zhuo Changlu said. He didn't mention anything about Crown Prince Academy. These words might have been recorded in ancient records. If someone knew about it, it would cause a lot of trouble. The current situation was chaotic enough. Naturally, they had to avoid unnecessary trouble. The Astral Souls has 8,000 spots, 3,000 nascent transformation, 3,000 cloud transformation, 1,200 divine convergence. There are 4 zones. They are the nascent transformation zone, cloud transformation zone, divine convergence zone, and divine convergence zone. Everyone who enters to train must be guaranteed to be absolute geniuses. The 4 armies and the military will have 400 nascent transformation, 1,500 cloud transformation, 800 divine convergence, and 600 divine convergence. You will distribute the spots equally. Yes, draw up the list within 2 days. Gather in the Starlight Mountain Range within 5 days. Yes, divide into 4 groups according to your cultivation. Find a good leader. Yes, the Martial Arts Department. I'll give you 2,200 nascent transformation, 1,000 cloud transformation, and 200 divine convergence spots. Yes. Minister Ding received the order and left. For the 4 armies and the military, divine convergence and divine convergence occupied most of the spots. For the martial arts department, there were only 200 divine convergence spots. There were none for divine convergence. This was because it was reserved for the academics. Among the students in the academy, there was no one who had reached divine convergence. The 9 Heavens Pavilion will join this training. Yes. Next, Zhuo Changlu distributed the remaining spots. This time, there's a risk of life and death. Our side has obtained 8,000 people, but I estimate that the number of people who will make it out alive in the end should not exceed 3,000. This is a cruel training. It's also an opportunity to select the geniuses among the geniuses. It's also an opportunity for the geniuses to stand out. Zhuo Changlu took a deep breath. Not only is the risk of the ruins high, but there are also many monsters and traps. There are also 8,000 geniuses belonging to the Tao League and 8,000 geniuses belonging to the Umno Alliance. Once they enter, it will be a life and death situation. Opportunities are opportunities, and dangers coexist. Every opportunity and treasure trove inside is a huge trap. The geniuses may soar in there, but they may also fall. In this section, each of you will do the work of the participants. In addition, each of your clans must also be informed. Yes, everyone. Do you have anything else to say? No. What I said just now. Do you have any objections? What are your thoughts? Now, you can put forward as much as possible. After today's meeting, there won't be another chance. I only look at the results, not the process. Everyone lowered their heads and pondered. They were all thinking about their own tasks, difficulties, obstacles, pressure, etc. After a long time, no one uttered a word. No one has any objections? I'll ask one last time. Is there any problem? No problem. All right. Zhuo Changlu immediately announced the end of the meeting. Move out immediately. Yes. The space rippled. The upper echelons of the continent instantly dispersed, at the same time that the entire continent of astral souls suddenly shook like a pot of boiling water. The inspect heavenly token that had disappeared for many years had reappeared. Almost instantly, It spread throughout the entire continent of astral souls. All the television stations, radio stations, and all the internet were covered by the same image at this moment. Whether it was turning on the television, the computer, or wandering on the streets, all the images were the same. Minister inspect heavenly token. A snow-white image with blood-red words. Everyone who saw it, regardless of whether they were ordinary people or martial artists, felt their hearts beating wildly at the same time. All the blood in their bodies was rushing upwards. Something big had happened. The war of the races, the war of survival, has erupted. From today onwards, everyone is to prepare for war. Minister inspect heavenly token. Everyone is to conscript. Minister inspect heavenly token. From today onwards, wartime tax rates. Minister inspect heavenly token. From today onwards, martial arts schools will be cruel. Minister inspect heavenly token. From today onwards, cultivators above the cloud transformation realm. In a few minutes, the entire continent was in an unprecedented uproar. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.